Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. If I can request all our esteemed guests to have a seat, especially my friends standing in front, which includes much of the management committee of OICCI. Thank you, everyone. चूंकि अभी फॉर्मली शुरू नहीं हुए, मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में इतने मुनज़्ज़म लोग नहीं देखे जो पहली ही अनाउंसमेंट से तशरीफ़ फरमा हो जाए. That's a very pleasant surprise for me. Thank you for that. और सबसे ज़्यादा शोर जो है वो मुंतज़मीन मचाते हैं. Esteemed guests, government officials, participants, friends, fellows, countrymen, a very warm welcome to all of you at the 3rd OICCI Climate Conference 2025. वैसे तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो ही रही है, लेकिन मुझे अंदेशा है कि यहाँ का टेम्परेचर कुछ कम है. तो अगर आप OICCI के लिए बहुत सी तालियां बजा दें, so we can get the ball rolling. And also a round of applause for the partners who joined us here. इनके बहुत सारे logos भी आ रहे हैं. I don't need to go through all of them. तो partners के लिए भी बहुत सी तालियां हो जाएं, so we can reach out to them next year. और सबसे ऊंचा round of applause for all of you who have showed up here, who've shown an interest, professionals and experts and business leaders. A big round for yourself as well, so we can kick off the things. साथियों, कोई सफ़र, कोई सांस, कोई धड़कन, कोई कार्य खैर ना शुरू हो सकता है ना ख़त्म हो सकता है जब तक उसमें अल्लाह ताला की मर्ज़ी, उसकी खुशनुदी, उसका हुक्म शामिल ना हो. आज की इस अहम कॉन्फ्रेंस का आगाज़ हमेशा की तरह अल्लाह ताला के बाबरकत नाम से मैं गुजारिश करूँगा अपने मोहतरम साथी मोहम्मद हाजिक हनीफ से कि वो तशरीफ़ लाएँ और तिलावत कुरान पाक से आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का आगाज़ करें.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. صدق الله العظيم.
जज़ाकल्लाह. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे साथी ऐसे हैं जिनकी उम्र मुझ जितनी है, तो उनको ये रवायत याद होगी. अब कुछ कम देखता हूँ मैं ये रवायत. आई होप दिस ट्रेडिशन कम्स बैक. हमारे बचपन में असेंबली में ये रवायत हुआ करती थी. आई थिंक द प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ एंड कॉलेजेस perhaps don't have this tradition anymore and they should. आपकी और हमारी बहुत सी मामलों में हमारी ख्वाहिशात एक हैं या हम आपस में इख्तलाफ हैं. हज़ारों हमारे मसाइल हैं, हज़ारों कामयाबियाँ हैं. There's one thing that we have in common. We wake up every morning and we breathe in a country which is a free country. And of course there are problems. And of course they need to be fixed. But yet it is an independent and a free country. और ये जो एहसास है, ये उन लोगों से पूछिए जिनके पास अपनी आज़ाद सरज़मीन नहीं है कि कितनी अहम नेमत है हमारे पास. मेरा इल्तमास है कि आप पाकिस्तान के कौमी तराने के एहतराम में और एज़ाज़ में अपनी अपनी जगह बाअदब और बाएहतराम खड़े हो जाइए.
सरज़मीं शाबाद
किश्वरे हसीन शाबाद तू निशाने अज़्मे आलिशान अर्ज़े पाकिस्तान
मरकज़े यकीन शाबाद.
पाक सरज़मीं का निज़ाम
शाद बाद मंजिले मुराद परचमे सितारों हिला रहबर तरक्कियों कमाल
तर्जमाने माज़ी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल
साये खुदाए ज़ुलजलाल
ये तालियां शुरू तो हुई थी फिर बीच में रह गई। तालियां अच्छी हैं, पाकिस्तान के लिए भी होनी चाहिए तालियां। वेल डन, वेल डन। साथियों, मशरिक़ की बहुत सारी अच्छी रिवायात हैं। वैसे तो हमारी कोशिश है कि हम अच्छी रिवायात को ख़त्म कर दें, कुछ कर भी चुके हैं, लेकिन कुछ हमने भी बचा के रखी हैं। उसमें से एक रिवायत ये है कि बाकायदा इस्तकबाल या खैर मकदम जो है वो मेज़बान ही को करना चाहिए, OICCI के मेज़बान को। बट बिफोर वी डू दैट, मुझे ना जाने क्यों एक ख्याल आया। आई एम नॉट अ क्लाइमेट एक्सपर्ट, बट दिस planet is the only home that we have, and irrespective of what Elon Musk says, it's going to be a long, long, long time before we colonize Mars, if we ever do that. Certainly not in our lifetimes. हर इकोनॉमी के, हर सोसाइटी के, हर ग्रुप के, हर एथनिसिटी के अपने प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं। बहुत कम ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो यूनिवर्सल हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी के हैं। एंड क्लाइमेट इज़ अ प्रॉब्लम, इज़ एन इशू ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी। और मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूँ आज से कुछ साल पहले कि शायद बिकॉज ऑफ द कल्चरल डिफरेंसेस एंड द बाउंड्रीज, perhaps as a species we can't collaborate together for a single cause, and that's wrong, because look what we did in COVID. All the governments came together, all people came together to save the planet and to save one species. और climate जो है, that will affect all life forms on earth. So if we can come together in COVID, we can surely come together for climate change, which is huge and massive and problematic. And yet, much needs to be done. और एक शायद कदम उस तरफ, ये आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस है, थर्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस है. We'll have experts, we have business leaders, we have government officials coming together to share ideas and devise strategies and perhaps mobilize more people to see if we can find solutions. जिस मोहतरम मेहमान को मुझे दावत देनी है, मेरी खुशकिस्मती, I had the honor of working with him some years ago for some work, COVID का. And he is not only the president of OICCI, he is also the president and the CEO of Faisal Bank. और ऐसे इदारे पाकिस्तान में कम हैं कि जिन्होंने कुछ सालों में कुछ ऐसे इक़दाम उठाए जिनको one can honestly say they are huge steps in the right direction from a conventional or a commercial bank. Faisal Bank became an Islamic bank. For the welcome note, I'd like to request Mr. Yusuf Hussain to join me on stage. Yusuf Saab, the stage is all yours, sir.
Honorable guests, Dr. Shamshad, distinguished members of the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, respected government officials, climate advocates, and dear friends. It's an honor for me to welcome you all at this climate conference hosted by the Overseas Investor Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today we gather at a critical juncture where the stakes for Pakistan have never been higher. Climate change is not just a challenge for our country, it is an existential threat. For Pakistan, the choice is stark. Act decisively or face the devastating consequences of inaction. So our nation is amongst the 5 most vulnerable countries to climate change globally, already experiencing unprecedented floods, heat waves, glacier loss, and droughts. Over the past 6 decades, Pakistan's average temperature has risen by 0.5 degrees Celsius. Projections indicate that a further increase of about 1.5% is imminent by 2050. the impact is undeniable. The 2022 floods alone affected 33 million people, displaced millions, and resulted in 1,700 fatalities, causing economic loss of more than $40 billion. By 2050, if we don't do anything, 5 million Pakistanis could face extreme river flooding annually. Moreover, as per the World Bank, climate change, environmental degradation, and air pollution could reduce Pakistan's GDP by almost a startling 18 to 20% by mid-century loss we simply cannot afford. Yet within this threat lies our greatest opportunity. Pakistan has no choice but to act, and act ambitiously, to ensure resilient and self-reliant future. Climate justice is critical for our survival, but equally promising is the potential for Pakistan to lead in areas such as renewable energy, carbon markets, and green innovation. With some of the highest solar irradiation levels in the world, strong wind corridors, and abundant hydropower potential, Pakistan can transform its vulnerability into opportunities and strengths. As South Asia's oldest and Pakistan's largest business chamber, OICCI is committed to leading this transformation. Last year alone, our member companies contributed over $50 million towards sustainability initiatives. As the sole private sector participant from Pakistan at COP28, OICCI has been advocating for sustainable public-private partnerships. We also established Pakistan's first post-COP27 climate conference, which has now become an annual platform for actionable climate solutions. Our member companies are setting ambitious goals, achieving carbon neutrality by 2040 and 2050, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, and adopting clear circular economy practices. Many are leading and making strides, including installing solar power plants, achieving zero liquid discharge in wastewater management, increasing water recycling by 35%, and reducing plastic usage by 1/3. However, these efforts are not enough. To address Pakistan's $152 billion adaptation financing gap, we must mobilize green finance, including green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and supportive policy frameworks to attract long-term investments. Our national resources, and including renewable energy potential, make Pakistan a prime destination for foreign direct investment in climate-led sectors. The strategic development of renewable energy, water management, and sustainable urban planning can create green jobs, boost economy, and ensure long-term resilience for our country. The private sector cannot do it alone. They cannot solve this huge crisis alone. We need a collaborative, collective, multi-stakeholder effort from businesses, the government, and global investors to drive policy changes, mobilize climate finance, and future-proof Pakistan's economy. This is not just about survival. It is about redefining Pakistan's future as a global leader in climate resistance and sustainability. Let us, through these interactions, these sort of conferences, seize this moment to act not only to prevent disaster, but to unlock Pakistan's immense potential for a sustainable, prosperous, and climate-resilient future. Again, a very warm welcome, and I hope that during these 2 days, we will be able to interactively discuss and come up with great ideas for our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf Saab. he mentioned the word flood, and I remember some decades ago, a flood was a rare occurrence in Pakistan, and now it seems like it's an annual event on the calendar, and that's just a few decades. And I'm going to digress a little bit. In younger years, एक लाहौर शहर में बसंत हुआ करती थी, अब नहीं होती, and बसंत was actually the announcement of the changing of the weather. कि बाहर आ गई, it was springtime, and it used to be at least sometime in the middle of February or the last weekend of February used to be Basant. And I remember we would wear sweaters or jackets, warm jackets in the afternoon in February. And I took a flight from Lahore yesterday to Karachi. And on the way from my house to the airport, the AC was on, it's end January. And it's like 20, 30 years. And then the LA fires, God knows what's going on with climate, the experts would tell us. But before we do that, I'd like to invite the next speaker who would take you through the conference format and what we are set to achieve today and tomorrow. He is the managing director of world's largest chemical making company called BASF. I could request Andrew Bailey to come onto the stage. Andrew, the stage is all yours, sir.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, Dr. Akhtar, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OICCI's third Pakistan Climate Conference 2025. This conference is the next step in OICCI's journey to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, climate change. OICCI has played a leading and a pioneering private sector role to an issue that was otherwise not widely addressed collectively a few years back. But the impacts are being acutely felt today. Our past two conferences have helped us to connect to a broader and a diverse audience, raise the awareness, and take the conversation to a higher level. And this has helped bring the issues and the challenges and opportunities together. However, the OICCI leadership team felt that the fight against climate change needs to be more than just one annual conference. And we as an organization, together with our members, can and must do more. And in this regard, we must play this leading role. So we focused our efforts in four main areas. The first area was knowledge and capacity building. So here, OICCI have held 4 focused workshops throughout 2024, where we've had a deep dive into important climate topics such as carbon markets, green finance, climate risks and the impact on human capital, as well as circularity. Our members have been able to engage with subject matter experts to help us learn and navigate our way in our climate journey. The second one, and probably one of the more important ones, is partnerships. And we realize private sector, as with the government, cannot do this alone. So here we have continued to invest in our valued and our long-standing partnership with the SDPI, which continues to evolve and develop. And as we take this discussion to a higher and a more different level. And we're very thankful to Dr. Khalid Walid and his team for joining us today for a couple of sessions. Thank you. Last year, OICCI and UNDP proudly signed an MOU to collaborate to accelerate Pakistan's achieving the SDG goals, with a particular focus on climate, women's economic empowerment and inclusion. We'll be hearing more from Dr. Samuel Rizk tomorrow, and we sincerely appreciate our partnership. Just yesterday, OICCI formed a strategic partnership with Climate Finance Pakistan to collaborate on enhancing climate research and services in Pakistan. And probably very importantly now, we're taking our first and early steps with the government of Pakistan, with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, following on from OICCI's participation in the past 2 COP conferences, along with the presentation of our white paper to the coordinator, to the Prime Minister, to Madam Rowena, and we warmly welcome Dr. Zulfikar Yunus. Appreciate your participation, and we look forward to our upcoming discussions. Thank you. The fourth one is recognizing and showcasing achievements of the private sector in ESG. It's important to recognize and showcase these achievements, not only of our member companies, but also the private sector, to really underline what the force for powerful good, the member companies can bring to Pakistan. The power of this collective effort really begins to show when we consolidate and quantify these contributions and achievements. And again, OICCI is at the early stages of defining how this can positively impact Pakistan for a better Pakistan. And I'm very excited that our two-day conference will culminate with the inaugural OICCI Climate Awards, which has attracted great interest with over 80 applications from our member companies. The winners will be announced tomorrow, and you don't want to miss that. I can promise you that. The fourth, and probably the most important, where OICCI can make an impactful, and that is as an implementation partner. And this is really where this conference comes in. This conference comes at a pivotal moment. Following COP29 in Baku last November, where global attention was once again drawn to the urgent need for climate financing, decarbonization, and adaptation, we are reminded that these global efforts must also be translated into local actions. Here, the OICCI recognized that our Pakistan Climate Conference is better positioned after COP, so it serves as a bridge, taking the global dialogue and translating this into impactful, actionable strategies for a better Pakistan. The theme for this year's Pakistan Climate Conference is Unite for a Greener Future. Today and tomorrow, we will not only explore critical themes such as climate finance, decarbonization, adaptation, circularity, biodiversity, and community resilience, but also what can and is being done for Pakistan to chart a climate-resilient future. We are grateful to have over 35 local and international speakers and panelists joining us for our two-day conference. The third Pakistan Climate Conference is zeroing in on themes specific to Pakistan and the stakeholders that include the private sector, public sector, regulators, financial experts, climate experts, and think tanks. We have structured the conference agenda to drive meaningful dialogue and outcomes in 6 key areas. The first one is high-level ambition to action. We will begin by setting the stage with where Pakistan is not only in terms of the impact of climate change, but also in terms of the policy landscape, in bridging the gaps in public-private collaboration, focusing on financial, technological, and capacity-building support to accelerate Pakistan's climate journey. The second one is climate finance. An expert panel will dive into the critical role of climate finance, exploring mechanisms like carbon credits under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and aligning with Pakistan's NDCs. The third one is accelerating decarbonization and mitigation. Another panel will explore how business can lead in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable practices to meet decarbonization goals and position Pakistan as a key player in low carbon transition. Fourth one is advancing circularity. We will discuss innovations in circularity, including reducing plastic waste and implementing recycling systems, supported by success stories from local and also global initiatives. Adaptation, resilience, and community building, the fifth one, a vital session on building resilience, which will showcase public-private partnerships that empower vulnerable communities to adapt to climate impacts while protecting livelihoods and ecosystems. And the last one is biodiversity and the blue economy. Finally, a keynote on biodiversity will highlight the critical role of conservation in addressing climate challenges, emphasizing the blue economy's potential to enhance livelihoods and sustainability. The program showcases corporate commitments to reducing environmental impacts and aligning with global sustainability standards, public sector initiatives, and pipeline development. Experts and CEOs will be joining us, leading from various leading sectors of Pakistan, will help explore practical steps that companies can take to integrate sustainability into their core business strategies profitably. Globally, the fight to address climate change is facing some strong headwinds, not only from the recent withdrawal by some countries from the Paris Agreement, but also corporates managing the delicate balance between investor returns with doing good for the planet, which poses challenges to the global momentum needed to address climate crisis effectively. While the journey may appear challenging as we go forward, there is also hope. Pakistan has a unique opportunity to lead in sustainable development and climate action by leveraging its natural resources and human resources. This requires innovative thinking and solutions and proactive public collaboration and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is more than a dialogue. It is a call to action. As CEOs, policymakers, climate experts, and activists gathered under one roof, we hold the power to shape policies, drive investment, and inspire change. Let us use these 2 days to commit to a shared vision for a sustainable and resilient Pakistan, one that not only survives the climate crisis, but thrives in its aftermath. A conference like this would not be possible without, first and foremost, our esteemed keynote speakers and panelists, not only for today and tomorrow, but also through our focused workshops, who through their insights, experience, and wise counsel have been integral in shaping our journey, and we remain grateful. Also, the generous support of our valued sponsors, which you may see, our sincere thanks and appreciation go to Faisal Bank, Nestle, Unilever, Dorlands, Standard Chartered, Lipton, Toyota, Martin Dow, and BASF. And finally, to the dedicated team who has enthusiastically and energetically shaped and crafted OICCI's climate journey this past year, culminating in our conference today. In particular, my sincere thanks and appreciation go to, in particular, Sakina, Mariam, Kauza, Ramla, Amin, Salima, Raad, Sana, Sabine, Farouk, Moin, Wahid, and the rest of the team, as well as, and very importantly, Kashif and the OICCI team. I trust you find the next 2 days will be insightful and inspiring, and we look forward to the solutions and partnerships that will emerge from this conference as we unite for a greener future to make a better Pakistan for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. You thanked everybody except me. No, I'm just kidding. Sathiyo, it's an honor to introduce and invite the next speaker. But here's the thing that we perhaps don't think about very often. All of you, hopefully, have bank accounts in some bank. Doesn't matter which bank. Doesn't matter how much money you have. What matters is when you sleep at night, of all the worries that you have, you don't have to worry about, when I wake up tomorrow morning, will I have money in the bank? हम में से कभी कोई शख्स रात को इसलिए नहीं जागता रहता या रहती कि उसे ये खौफ हो कि मैं जब सुबह उठूंगी तो बैंक्स को ताला लगा होगा. That has never happened. Inshallah, it will never happen again. And I want to mention this on my own entirely, because these things have happened in the world where people have woken up and there was no money in the bank. मैंने ये जिक्र इसलिए किया कि जिस मोहतरम मेहमान को मुझे दावत देनी है, she's an epitome of success. One looks at her and the portfolio and you can do nothing but marvel. और बहुत सारे ओहदे हैं, लेकिन एक ओहदा जो है वो सही जस्टिस नहीं करता इंसान की काबिलियत की. But nonetheless, they're important. She is the former finance minister, former governor of State Bank. और कुछ इदारे इस मुल्क में ऐसे हैं, हुकूमती इदारे, बहुत आसान होती है तनकीद करना और करनी भी चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ इदारे ऐसे हैं जो मजबूती से इस कौम को अपनी जगह पे खड़े रखे हुए हैं. And whether you agree with me or not, but State Bank is one of them. And she's been instrumental in that. And she's now currently the chairperson and independent director at the Pakistan Stock Exchange. It's an honor to invite Dr. Shamshad Akhtar onto the stage. Dr. Saiba, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum to everybody. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Distinguished Chairperson of OICCI, thank you for nurturing this prestigious platform, colleagues and distinguished guests. I would be amiss if I did not recognize Abdul Aleem Saab, He has been persistently inviting me over the last few years. So thank you once again for the invite. It's a great honor to be amongst all the distinguished guests. A lot has been said, so unfortunately, repetition is unavoidable. I can assure you I didn't read anybody's speech. Pakistan, as has been already said, is ranked 5th most vulnerable country to climate change, even though it contributes under 1% of world's greenhouse gas emissions. World Bank portal ranks Pakistan's vulnerability 37 out of 171, driven by its impact on multidimensional poverty. I'm grateful to the World Bank that when I was finance minister, at my request, they generated substantive knowledge on Pakistan, along with the global knowledge hub that they have. And I think Zulfikar, who was at that point my chief of staff, would be testimony to this. Securing quality of climate finance through strategic and efficient planning, innovation, and wider participation is critical to transform this threat into a great opportunity for economic sustainability and prosperity. Our dilemma is climate investment required for 2030. Pakistan's climate challenges are in the range of US $40 to $50 billion per year. Meanwhile, Pakistan's current global financing flows are estimated at only 1/6 to 1/8 of the requirement at best. Shifts in weather patterns has accelerated the frequency of natural disasters, as has been pointed out, such as floods, droughts, and cyclone. Reduction in freshwater supplies and declining agriculture productivity, livelihood for large proportion of our population. Pakistan at COP26 declared it aims for a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, including a 15% target reduction using country's own resources and a 35% target reduction subject to availability of international grant financing, a rare commodity these days. Offering perspective on climate strategy, enormous financing gap, and strategizing insights towards pathways is imperative. Let me make a few succinct points. First, climate vulnerabilities are the biggest economic risk given Pakistan is below sea level state and are likely to compound because of country's own recklessness, but also as growing global vulnerabilities pose cross-border risks, which are phenomenal. We are next to a very aggressive neighborhood. Second, cost of climate inaction in Pakistan, as estimated by a UK study, is to be US $250 billion by 2030 and US $1.2 trillion by 2050, factoring implications for Pakistan's population displacement caused by damage to settlements and relocation of agriculture crops, livestock, and textile sector that is hurt quite a bit. Third, given inherent risks, in its IMF staff report, it is estimated that a climate shock will lead to a 3% decline in GDP, which remains well below its steady state, even 13 years after the shock. Notably, if an additional 1% of GDP on top of the conventional public investment ratio is invested in adaptation infrastructure, Pakistan's GDP will return to its steady state 5 years after the shock. Climate action, a short-term challenge is to compound in emerging and distant future, and we will all be submerged in that. Pakistan's climate scenarios point to a rise in above global temperature averages and sea level rise, which would impact frequency and intensity of disasters, threaten coastal infrastructure, agriculture, biodiversity, damages to crop, agriculture, and the economy at large. So, what do? We have to develop a midterm strategic climate financing plan. This leads me to recommending medium-term strategic climate financing pathways, which require a whole-of-economy approach to protect and drive inclusive development for Pakistan. Through its NDCs, Nationally Determined Contribution, and National Adaptation Plans, Pakistan has established already sector-based goals, action plans, key performance indicators, and financing plans to set targets for public and private climate financing sources and instruments for mitigation, adaptation, for disaster recovery, underpinned by cost efficiency, financing excess, time required. Let me take you to the next major point. Steering international financing sources is critical, since Pakistan receives proportionately less share of international lending versus its peer group. Maximizing and optimizing international financing from multilateral development banks to finance adaptation and resilience, leverage blended finance to de-risk and unleash local private financing. This is a huge agenda. I've tried to compress it. International development finance institutions ought to offer a significant allocation for climate and association development co-benefits to the most effective landscapes. Given international climate financing complexities and fragmented infrastructure, the government needs to itself simplify its own criteria and disbursement processes and to bring agility and speed to the funding process. My third point is to develop local financial markets, players, and instruments is critical to tap climate financing. Pakistan needs to, as has been pointed out, to nurture the green finance markets backed by green financing tools and solutions to leverage a wider market participation for meeting climate requirements of the size and scale we are talking about. ESG disclosures for corporations need to be leveraged through development of ESG assessment frameworks, ESG ratings, and ESG index by capital market participants. And I was told by Abdul Aleem Saab that this is a very high priority for their clients. This would help attract financing from the local and international institutional investors, asset managers, and mutual funds, leading to a new sustainable stream of climate financing. Pakistan's green sukuks issuance can be attractive, and we did a lot to stimulate them, and they can play an instrumental role in attracting both local and international participants to climate financing. Pakistan's insurance industry, that as you may, some of you may know, I have produced a major piece of work on it, can help support the green transition for the overall ecosystem with appropriate risk premiums into insurance of assets which carry climate-related risks. Attractive insurance products can be developed to support innovative and new technology-based green solutions to promote energy efficiency, agriculture technology, renewable energy, green buildings, etc. Establishing and participating in carbon markets can generate policy-induced effects and mobilize private financing and accelerate sustainable investments. Finally, the commercial financial institutions in Pakistan, who have regrettably moved only at snail's pace in mobilizing green finance, despite supportive schemes, remain critical for the green transition. So a wake-up call to them. Accelerating green financing requires strengthening existing regulations through improved taxonomy, obligatory financing, and effective implementation of the rollout of the regulations. Measures to bolster financial sector confidence are required, such as developing and establishing effective risk-sharing mechanisms and creating formal secondary markets for green products. A fourth point that I'd like to raise is that designing fiscal policy measures to shape a green economy is critical. They should be aimed at inducing changes in relative prices and efficient consumption to guide households and firms towards a more carbon neutral economy. It should be phased in as price as per market appetite and economic readiness, of course. For example, government can provide tax incentives for green investments, including tax credits or accelerated depreciation for green investments, and can consider concessionary rates for the import of equipment and materials used in green projects. Furthermore, sectoral tax imbalances should be addressed to provide a competitive opportunity to diverse and green investments versus those concentrated in conventional practices, for example, in agriculture, or for that matter, the real estate sector. This will help promote economic activity, diversify investment interests, and develop our economy. A fifth point I'd like to emphasize is strengthening public planning frameworks and institutional capacities. Government has taken undoubtedly several measures in the last few years to accelerate the country's climate financing. It is recommended for line ministries to prioritize and plan for climate change assessment and their impacts and risks. A proper monitoring, reporting, and verification, what we call MRV system, is required to establish historical baselines, validate data quality, analysis of mitigation policies, implementation, and reporting compliance. To attract private, domestic, and foreign investment, a continued level of improvement is needed in Pakistan's legal and institutional infrastructure for public-private partnerships. It can be fortified from a climate lens by integrating climate-related costs and considerations in project design and evaluation stages. Effective coordination is required to enable vertical and horizontal coordination between line ministries and establishing a robust governance mechanism. Finally, public technical capacities need to be strengthened to access international climate finance, to develop innovative financial instruments, design attractive and bankable projects, without which money will not flow, developing implementation agencies' capacities to be able to absorb, undertaking monitoring and evaluation systems to enhance their absorptive capacity, and establishing robust governance processes. To conclude, quantum of climate financing required, as has been pointed out, is significant. And progress on this journey is underway. I must share that I have been involved at international level substantively for a number of years on climate subject. First, my entry into the Belt and Road Initiative as one of the 12 international advisors. We have been speaking and advocating financing for the developing countries, particularly for the CPEC countries, since I belong to Pakistan. I have furthermore been a part of what is called the BUA Forum, which is physically based in Henan province, but also housed in Beijing. And I have been once again invited by them to come and deliver my remarks at the next coming BUA Forum, as well as in Beijing. So I must confess that this is a subject which is very close to my heart because of what has been said. It is the most lethal existential threat, and unless we start addressing it round the corner, we are going to be hit by it more aggressively than we think at this point. Thank you so much, Yusuf Saab, for inviting me, and of course, Abdul Alim Saab. Thank you.
We have a memento for you, if you can just wait for 1 second. Yusuf Saab, if you can join me on stage to present Dr. Shamshad with a memento and a token of appreciation. तालियां में से और बजा दें, टेम्परेचर नीचे आ रहा है अर्थ का. We must keep it up. We must keep the warmth going. Thank you very much. Pleasure, ji, pleasure. Thank you, Dr. Shamshad. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the services you've given to our country. साथियों, आप सोच रहे होंगे कि जब तक इस किस्म के इनिशिएटिव में गवर्नमेंट पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं आएगी, how can we move forward? For the keynote address, I'd like to request Mr. Zulfikar Yunus. Mr. Zulfikar Yunus is currently serving as the Additional Secretary Climate Finance at the Ministry of Climate Change, with over 30 years of experience in government, diplomacy, and public policy. He has expertise in sectors such as climate finance, public finance, trade and investment, and development. He's also won many awards. I'll mention two. He's a recipient of the prestigious Tamgha Imtiaz in 2023 and Prime Minister's Special Award 2024 for his distinguished public service. And he will be talking about policy landscape around climate change in Pakistan. Zulfikar Saab, if I can have you on stage, sir. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent, Honorable Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, Yusuf Hussain Saab, Andrew Bailey, Dr. Ali Taqir Sheikh, Abdul Aleem Sahab, climate experts, civil society, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm afternoon to all of you. Let me start thanking OICCI for organizing this very useful and important climate workshop, climate conference. Let me also thank Adil Hashmi Sahab, who has been very effective in choreographing this inaugural session in a befitting manner. So applause for Adil Hashmi Sahab as well. So today I would be basically navigating through the climate finance landscape. We were at COP29 in Baku, and the theme of the COP was also climate finance. And I think today's somehow the speaker after me, Ali Taqir Sheikh Sahab, will also be speaking about climate finance, and Dr. Shamshad also spoke about climate finance. And so that means that this is an area where we need a lot of focus. We need, this is basically the oil that we need to run our all climate actions. So that means that this is very important, and Ministry of Climate Change is very mindful of this fact. And we are trying our level best with the support from, of course, our development partners, also with the support from organizations like OICCI, and also from the civil society. We have firmed up a kind of a robust climate finance landscape. And one of the important element of this ecosystem is our very well thought climate finance strategy, which we have finalized with the help of our development partners, with the provinces. We had held a nationwide workshop in Islamabad. Also, we consulted with all the climate experts. And then we have our Pakistan Climate Change Council. It has been also discussed with the members of the Climate Change Council. And then now we have finalized, we are in the process of operationalizing this strategy. Second, we have also, with the Ministry of Finance, has developed our climate budget tagging. So this was basically one of the very frequent criticism that Pakistan doesn't know how much green investment it has itself is having. And now, in the budget 24-25, we have chalked out our own green investments, which are at the moment, if you convert it into dollar terms, are 1.68 billion in our regular budget. I'm not talking about the 1.1 trillion PSDP, which we have also classified as, either mitigation or adaptation outcomes. So we are closely working with our Ministry of Finance for further consolidating this climate budget tagging initiative, and also with our planning and development ministry for engaging them more on, our PSDP should be focusing more on adaptation and mitigation. Besides that, we have with the World Bank, State Bank of Pakistan, SECP, and other institutions, we are in the process of finalizing our green taxonomy. And now this is the taxonomy. Europe has, once they didn't have the taxonomy, the private investments were very scarce. The moment they have the taxonomy, now the private investment, blended finance is there for the Europe. Now, we are also attempting to the same, what Dr. Shamshad just mentioned, that private finance is very important to leverage. So our focus now is going to be on how to leverage private finance. And with the help of SECP and State Bank, we would be actually, working towards having our first green taxonomy publication in early April 2025. Besides that, we have also working with Ministry of Finance on Green Sukuk. A framework is being finalized for Green Sukuk, so that would be very soon notified. And we have also, with the provinces, we have two important funds that are supporting globally climate initiatives. One is Green Climate Fund, the other is Global Environment Facility. So at the ministry, we have the steering committees or the boards for these two funds, where we have provincial representatives, and also we have for GCF, we have two accredited entities. One is NRSP and the other is GS Bank. So now what we have done that under our new climate finance strategy, we are targeting our investments for climate finance. And we have also, with the provinces, given them the targets, how they should focus and work on the climate finance for GCF funding, be it a blended fund or be it a grant. So we are working with these two entities and also with the provinces. For effective climate diplomacy, to negotiate substantial climate funding, we are also working with multilateral and bilateral development partners, such as World Bank. You might be knowing recently World Bank has unveiled its 10 years country program for Pakistan. So we are very closely working with because they now want most of their funding to be green funding. So Ministry of Climate Change is very actively collaborating with the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, AIIB, and we have also, with the Global Shield, we have, we have submitted our request for support for risk insurance and disaster financing. So all in all, basically, our efforts are focused with the help of our partners, with the help of civil society, to gain maximum leverage in climate finance for Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as we stand at a critical junction in our fight against climate change, the importance of building a robust governance mechanism for leveraging climate finance cannot be overstated. Pakistan, like many other countries, faces an urgent need to address the impacts of climate disasters, which the speakers just before me also emphasized. And keeping in that mind, we have, the initiative that I just shared, we have basically focusing more and more on now input from the forums like this one, OICCI and other, private sector entities, so that, the recipe that we prepare or the solutions that we make are collective, have collective wisdom, and they are practical and implementable. Coming next to the next point that I want to share with you is basically the climate finance architecture that we are designing, or we are aiming to design, has three key elements. One is transparency, which means that the climate finance must be managed in a way that it is transparent at every level. This means that establishing systems that allow us to track how funds are collected, allocated, and utilized. Clear reporting mechanism, as Dr. Shamshad mentioned about MRV, and regular audits are crucial to ensure that at all stakeholders level. Transparency not only builds trust, but also minimizes the risk of misappropriation or misallocation, ensuring that the funds reach the communities and the projects that needs them the most. The second pillar is accountability. So, just as we are accountable to our citizens, we must be accountable to our global community. This calls for a robust monitoring and evaluation system that regularly assesses the impacts of the funded projects. You might be aware that a couple of years back, or a year back, I think, there was a big scandal in one of our neighboring countries about the voluntary carbon market credits related to cook stoves. So once such kind of, scandals come, it affects the credibility of the market of that country and the credit of that country. So we are very mindful about that aspect. And finally, third important aspect that we are looking at for our climate finance landscape is inclusivity. So climate change reflects everyone, but it is the most vulnerable communities, often marginalized and unrepresented, that suffers its harshest impacts. Therefore, our climate finance governance framework must be inclusive, ensuring that the voices from all sectors of the society, particularly women, youth, and indigenous communities, are heard and considered. In our carbon policy that we have recently notified, the focus is that the community where the credit is being generated should benefit the most. So they say that, if you have a forest-related credit, so the person who owns the forest should own the credit. So he should get benefit from that. So these are, ladies and gentlemen, some of these are the three key pillars that we are focusing our climate finance strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few years, Pakistan has taken some important steps towards establishing a robust governance mechanism. As I listed some of them above, and as I just mentioned about the National Climate Finance Strategy, now under the NCFS, we are foreseeing a very robust implementation mechanism. This will call for a very coordinated effort with the provinces, because we are proposing, we have designed an implementation committee at the federal level, headed by the Climate Change Ministry, with the key ministries also part of this committee, including Finance, Economic Affairs Division, and Planning and Development Division. Also includes members from the Planning and Development Boards of the provinces, so that, we have an inclusive approach. This strategy, the climate finance strategy, envisions a robust implementation mechanism, which I just mentioned to you. And similarly, the second important initiative, which I just want to share a little more detail, is our carbon policy, which aims to stimulate private sector engagement, incentivize investments in clean energy, and decarbonize our economy. We have notified Pakistan's first carbon policy recently, and which caters for both compliance and voluntary markets. For compliance market, let me also share here that at COP29, we had bilateral meetings with our friendly countries. For instance, with Singapore, with Sweden, with Norway. And Norway has this NOR fund, which is around $1 billion. And they are there on a buying spree for carbon credits. And the CEO just told me that they have an estimation of around $300 to $400 million investments in carbon markets of those countries which are ready. So our first and foremost priority is to make our carbon markets operational as quickly as possible. And for that, we have developed our carbon registry, which has been developed by an international company. And we are in the process of operationalizing our registry. And also we have developed a MRV system. And our, carbon registry would be an online portal. So it would be more of a faceless transaction. You don't need to come to ministry to register your credit or process your documentation for the carbon credits. And also, we would like to, for the initial years, at least focus more on compliance, and we would allow voluntary carbon markets to grow. But at the same time, as I just mentioned, one example, we would like to be mindful of how voluntary carbon market is behaving. So we would have kind of some, oversight on things should not affect Pakistan's image or reputation. That is important for us. Green taxonomy, I just mentioned, we will have launch hopefully in April. So I would invite all the private sector to help us populate the taxonomy. We would be needing more of such sessions with the help of OICCI and also other, our trade and business organization. We need more seminars like this to populate this, and we at the ministry are also now focusing with the help of one of our development partners to establish a delivery unit to help individual companies to develop projects, carbon projects, climate finance projects. So we have spoken to one of our development partners to get us international expertise so that, we have this, we developed a project idea note, and then we get this vetted or improved through an international professional company so that, we get the maximum climate finance for our projects. Similarly, we are also, I spoke about the transparency. Besides our registry, we are also working on a climate portal for the ministry, which will capture all the international and local climate inflows and also the outflows. And then we, at the later stage, we would like to run it through AI or algorithms to actually help us prioritize the sectors where the need is the most. This would be going to be a very important and sea change in our climate finance focus. You might be knowing that already we have operationalized Climate Change Authority. We have the chairman and members of the authority working now in the ministry. And Climate Change Authority is going to be the implementing arm of the ministry. And we are very happy that they have already started talking to the provinces, and Climate Change Authority is developing their projects to basically with the provinces to secure climate finance. On the front of climate diplomacy, as I just mentioned, our partners, development partners like UNEP, UNIDO, UNDP, COICA, JICA, FCDO, GIZ, they are all helping us besides the MDBs. We are getting a lot of support from them, and most of the green investments, they are geared after a very considerate discussions with these entities. At the COP29, I remember Asian Development Bank is very keen to help us in developing projects because they have a very strong presence in Pakistan for infrastructure, so they want green projects. Similarly, World Bank has a very, long duration investments in carbon markets. They are helping us in carbon markets. OICCI is also helping us in carbon markets. And CIFPAC, one of the FCDO's, major initiative is helping our private sector to gather, which is $100 million. And recently with GIZ, we have launched our challenge fund, which is for infrastructure resilience. So all in all, we are doing some of the very exciting initiatives and stuff, and we hope that with our very vibrant civil society and a very, responsible corporate sector, we'll be able to do much more, whatever required. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I should say that building a robust governance climate finance is imperative for Pakistan. By committing to transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, we can ensure that our climate finance is managed effectively, that reaches to those who need it the most, and that it supports resilient and sustainable future for Pakistan. Together with a strong governance framework, which is transparent, inclusive, and accountable, we can turn the tide of the climate change in our favor and set Pakistan to the path of climate resilient country. So thank you very much.
He's a government official, he can't go empty-handed. We'll need him in the future. Would you like to join? Is Andrew here? Would you like to? Mr. Andrew is also joining, just 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Zulfikar Saab. Thank you, sir. We've heard from OICCI friends, we've heard from leaders, we've heard from the private sector, but here's an interesting thing. आप सब ने हॉलीवुड की disaster films देखी होंगी. Hollywood makes a packet out of those. Every disaster film starts the same way, when the advice of an expert is ignored. That's how disasters start. And I want to mention this because next up we have a climate expert. It's time to listen to the experts to avoid, God forbid, a future climate disaster. If I can request Ali Tauqir Sheikh Sahab join me on stage, and he has a presentation on National Climate Finance Strategy. Ali Sahab, thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you very much. I would rather be known as a construction and reconstruction person than managing disasters or anticipating disasters. But first, allow me to thank OICCI for successfully hosting this conference, the third one. And I'm elated to see how it has grown. It's growth of not only OICCI's own commitment, but also the growth in appetite and the interest of the stakeholders in these important issues. Please allow me to begin with two basic disclaimers first. I'll be talking about very core economic issues, but I am far from being an economist. My interest, abiding interest, is in climate change, and I'll try to show my reasons for my interest in economic dimensions of climate change. And second disclaimer is that even if I've been engaged with writing the National Climate Finance Strategy, and Zulfikar Saab is sitting here, and I want his indulgence that I'll go beyond the strategy by saying a few things that may not necessarily be in the strategy. These are two disclaimers, so I'm going to transgress from there. And who will be helping me here? Now, I'll try to keep it very simple, but very quick. The international climate finance has become viciously competitive. It's no more supply side driven, it's demand side driven. And the percentage of grant and concessional grant is diminishing increasingly in just about all fronts. And not just that, a success criteria for just about every fund now is that how far they're successful in leveraging other financing, particularly from private sector. So it's a very steep mountain for a developing country like Pakistan. It's important for us to realize two basic assumptions. One is that climate change and economic turnaround are intrinsically linked. We cannot have one without also securing some success on the other. That's first. And the second is for Pakistan and countries like Pakistan to access international climate finance, you need to have an equity. And equity has to come from domestic sources. And the sources that I've identified, one is revenue generation, climate-specific revenue generation, and second is private sector equity coming from there. And the timing is just right because the development of our finance bill has just started. It's normally issued in November and December. This is the time when the stakeholders and the interest groups meet the policymakers for concessions. Some of the recommendations and suggestions that are coming from this conference can well be in time for the next year's finance bill. And after one or two sessions, the finance minister will also be joining here. So the timing is just right. We have already talked about the challenge that we have. The World Bank's report estimated 348 billion. And just a few weeks ago, FCDO's report suggested that unless there's an action, the cost of inaction could well be in excess of 350 billion, particularly in infrastructure, in energy, and in migration. Planning Commission estimated that from the national NDC, nationally determined contributions, roughly 60% can be covered by the private sector. This is the estimation that we have. And therefore, the private sector can be a partner in the implementation of NDC. And State Bank has estimated, State Bank of Pakistan has estimated that the private finance can contribute up to 1.5% of our GDP. That's a very significant sum for a country that is facing very tight fiscal space. And then the ADB Asian Development Bank has projected that the private sector investments can help reduce us $3 billion of borrowing every year. And for this, we need to mobilize domestic finance, which essentially means that government's own resources will be extremely limited. Compared to billions that we spoke, on average, Pakistan is not able to access more than $1 billion a year from international climate finance. Look at the gap is huge. And the current policies and frameworks that engage private sector are somewhat fragmented. They are not coherent, they are not linked, and they need upgradation. And private sector has repeatedly demonstrated that it has the capacity. The activity reports I was looking at of Pakistan Business Council, in every quarterly report, they are lamenting that the government is not approaching us, is not engaging with us despite our strong capacities. And strategic opportunities exist for Pakistan at this stage for many reasons. One is that Pakistan has a fairly large private sector. Number two, it has a very promising potential that we can build on. We are more or less, I don't know if I can use, we are more or less at the first box on the left side. We are looking at unreliable, small-scale concessional loans or grants, and we want to be at the top box, which is guarantees, leveraging equity, and blended financing. All those are complex instruments of finance. Getting there will not be easy. That's an agenda for reform, and that's an agenda of partnership with the private sector. If government of Pakistan was capable of going there alone without the private sector, I can assure you we would have done that by now. So it waits for a partnership that's robust, that's dynamic, and that has a continuity across governmental changes and so on and so forth. So we need to move in terms of ambition, higher ambition, and high capability. That is the road for us to go more than 1 billion that we are having and aspiring much larger sums, much larger sums than we have. Now, where the domestic sources are. We have some experience in witnessing energy prices go high. That in itself is a carbon tax. The only difference is that these increased prices like the ICRA tax earlier on education and energy bill does not go towards a specific purpose. Here when we say carbon tax, we are looking at $2 to $3 billion from the existing prices of energy, but designated to a specific pot that helps for climate implementation, climate action. That is very important for us for a number of reasons, increasingly so because the world is now approaching trade wars. And the barriers that we'll face from European Union and UK government is already working on it is carbon border adjustment, CBAMs. That is one of the factors that we need to look at. and these will be my preference for three particular sectors. Transportation, that's a national health emergency in terms of livability of our cities. Industry, because the cost of production is very high, we are extremely inefficient on our production systems. And power, because that's the engine of our growth. Tax reforms provide an opportunity for us. We have an experience in petroleum development levy, a similar scheme by learning lesson. India has a similar exercise that they did a few years ago, and they're building upon this. ETS, I wish to mention, is emissions trading system. A study has shown that 121 business houses in Pakistan are capable of engaging in emissions trading. That helps make our data more robust. In terms of Banking Association Pakistan, their estimation was that there is a potential of about $5 billion investment coming from the domestic resources, and this will require stronger governing structure from the State Bank and from SECP and others. There's a very strong subsidy culture in this country to the tune of about 7 billion. And the challenge is how do we reduce that? Because that sometimes is counterproductive from climate change point of view, because it adds to or triggers our vulnerabilities. And potential savings of about 2 billion are relatively low-lying fruit that can be accomplished. India has done that, so has Turkey and several other countries, by revisiting their subsidies and making sure that they are climate smart. I've spoken about regulatory reforms. Banking sector has to spearhead, and carbon market growth also promises a lot of potential. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. We have a panel discussion of experts, if I may, before you break for tea. And if I can request Dawar Hamid, CEO Climate Finance, to take over, and I am done for a little while, and he'll introduce the panel and the conversation. Dawar, over to you. What happened to the claps? There you go. Well done. Well done.
Thank you so much, Adil. I think the context for the upcoming discussion has been very well set. There's been a lot of remarks on climate finance, and that is what we will be talking about with our expert panel. And just to, I think, set a little bit of the stage, I think what we've said, how Pakistan is vulnerable, there's also this realization, particularly after COP29, that the country also has to have locally led action. It needs to have South-South cooperation, and that is where a lot of efforts from Pakistan's own business sectors will be coming from. So in a sense, we are definitely passing through a critical juncture. There's this constant debate that economic growth has to happen, but sustainably. And this is why private sector's contribution are very much important. And just to give you an idea, I think the commitments that we saw at COP29, that 1.3 trillion by 2035, everyone's more or less disappointed by this commitment. And that is where I think locally led action and private sector contribution will play a key part. So just to, I think, start off, I'd like to again invite Mr. Ali Tawqir Sheikh. I think, haven't mentioned that he is a veteran of climate finance. He's also in the Pakistan Climate Change Council and an expert from the government of Pakistan on green financing. So welcome to the stage again, Ali Saab. We also are being joined online by Hannah Hislop, who is the Global Sustainability Climate Leader for Unilever International. So welcome to our online participant as well. Then we have Ms. Musarrat Jabin, who is an executive director at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, also heads the Policy, Regulation and Development Department at the Securities and Exchange Commission. Welcome, Usrat, as well. Moving forward, we have Ms. Sana Rasool, who is a carbon market specialist at the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. And she has been very vocal and helpful in Pakistan's journey towards finalizing its the Article 6 contributions and the carbon market policy as well. So welcome to the stage, Ms. Sana. Also joining us online is Mr. Philip Skinner, who is the Natural Capital Lead at the Private Infrastructure Development Corporation and also the Nominee Director for Garant Co. at Infrazam in Pakistan. So welcome to the OICCI Pakistan Climate Conference as well. Then we have Mr. Basir Shamsi, who is the President and CEO of JS Bank Limited. Welcome on stage, sir. And of course, JS Bank is one of the 2 accredited entities of the Green Climate Fund and has been instrumental in a lot of green financing in Pakistan. And of course, last but not the least, we have Syed Buland Suhail, who is a managing partner at Suhail & Partners and also a legal expert on carbon markets and climate finance. So thank you all for being on stage. And before I also sit down, I would just like to say that I am not as humorous as Adil. So this discussion usually tends to, I think, get technical, but this is what we're here for. I'm just going to take my seat. So thank you all. I think we'd like to first take on our online participants, and Hannah's on the screen as well. So I think given that we're an event which is led by the private sector, and we have constantly had this discussion that green financing from the private sector needs to come in. A lot of green financing has already happened. So I think to start it off, my question from Hannah is this, that as a globally recognized company, Unilever particularly, I think it is important to understand that while Unilever is committed to sustainability, what are some of the most significant challenges or opportunities that you see private companies in mobilizing climate finance, and particularly in emerging markets like Pakistan? So I think this would set the stage for our discussion henceforth. And how do you think that partnerships and stakeholder engagement can help us unlock climate finance going forward?
It's a real honour to be here. Thank you so much to the Overseas Chamber for the opportunity to speak. It's a really important discussion. I wish I could be with you in person. So just a bit about Unilever briefly. I mean, I think we feel like the most important role that Unilever can play, both in terms of climate action, but also in terms of mobilising climate finance, is really clearly articulating the demand for action and finance. We see it as really, really critical to our business. It's important for our future resilience. As our stakeholders are demanding it, our investors, our consumers, our retailers, etc. And thirdly, we want to see more and more governments and financial institutions acting to really increase this flow of capital to green infrastructure and green innovations. For us, that's particularly important in key strategic areas of our value chain, including regenerative agriculture, deforestation-free commodities, and fossil-free chemical feedstocks. Those are just a few examples. But words are just part of this. We really need to back this up with our own actions. And so what we have is our Climate Transition Action Plan, and that sets out our long-term target of net zero by 2039, and also our near-term 2030 targets for our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, our operational emissions of 100% reduction, and then also 1.5 aligned Science-Based Target Initiative validated targets for our Scope 3 emissions as well. And so to deliver on these targets, our transition plan sets out the key actions, the key levers across our business that we need to be able to pull in order to make those reductions. And that involves investing in sustainable practices across our value chain. So from sourcing our raw materials to our manufacturing and distribution, and allocating significant financial resources to climate-related projects. So that's not just in our operations, in our scope 1 and 2 emissions, where we're investing heavily in energy efficiency and renewable projects. 150 million euro over the next 3 years in our manufacturing decarbonisation programme. But it also goes much wider than that. So, for example, we're working across our value chain with our suppliers. And so we have many thousands of suppliers, but we've taken 300 of our biggest carbon impact suppliers. And we're working with them really closely through something called our Supplier Climate Programme to help those suppliers set science-based targets, report their progress, and really crucially to enable us to incorporate more accurate emissions data about the ingredients and packaging that we're buying from them into our own emissions measurements. So to really give us that granularity over our overall scope 3 emissions. And by working closely with our suppliers, we're leveraging their economic impact, their investment, in sort of harnessing it in service of meeting our own climate targets. We've also committed to spend €1 billion by 2030 in meaningful climate, nature and resource efficiency projects via something called our Climate and Nature Fund. And we have 7 sustainable investment themes for this fund, which include sustainable feedstock alternatives, carbon capture and utilisation, biotechnology for sustainable ingredients, renewable energy, but also the protection and restoration of nature, both within and beyond our value chain. And then I just want to kind of bring it down to some of our actions in Pakistan and how we've kind of worked with partners in Pakistan to leverage climate finance to help us to meet our targets and to sort of help you make the transition. So we've made the transition to 92% renewable energy for our manufacturing here in Pakistan, both on site, but also via renewable energy credits. And combined with the adoption of energy efficiency technologies, that's actually reduced our operational emissions by 94% on a 2015 baseline. It's involved installing 8.5 megawatts of distributed solar generation, 12 megawatts of biofuels at our sites to reduce our reliance on traditional fossil fuels. And to maximise the benefits of these investments, we're now re-strategizing our production to operate 7 days a week. And so when it came to financing these investments, we were really fortunate to be able to make use of our partnership with the State Bank of Pakistan and their climate financing to begin this renewable transition. And this scheme, as people are no doubt aware, encourages investment in clean finance in Pakistan by mobilising financial resources through its member banks, including Unilever Pakistan's banking partner, Standard Chartered Bank. So we benefited from a 26 million euro loan through Standard Chartered, which enabled us to set up 8.5 megawatts of renewable energy production for our facilities in Punjab. And we used local service providers to implement the project, supporting the local economy. Essentially, this scheme enabled a fast-track transition to renewable energy whilst remaining financially feasible for us. And we would really commend that and feel that similar programmes can help unlock positive transitions, the whole way across the value chain and invite commercial investments. I'm running out of time, but I want to also briefly call out the role of advocacy for policy change to help create those enabling environment for climate action. We put a great deal of emphasis on that, both globally, but also at a country level, and also the importance of collaboration and partnership to scale up climate action and drive collective action too. Thank you very much.
that at COP29, there's this new phrase that has emerged, which is the NCQG, which is, the new commitment goal, or what we are beginning to understand or not fully understand yet. So I think I would like to invite him to, make it simplified for the audience and us as well, that what is the new goal that has been set by the target for financing, and do you think that this is enough or more should be done as well?
Thank you. In very simple terms, the challenge was that the GCF was supposed to disperse $100 billion a year, but now the studies show that the losses in the world are much higher, therefore new targets need to be set, even if GCF has not succeeded in dispersing optimally. And that issue has dogged the previous negotiations and will also cast shadow in the next COP also in Brazil, Belém. Because we do not wish to be very technical, I just wish to say that the discussion to set new financial targets is very heavily bruised, if not clinically dead, because of three factors. One, there is a new elephant in the room, that is Donald Trump. Because of that, one very important player in international global finance will be withdrawing for next 4 years at least. And they already owe money to GCF and other financial windows that may not be forthcoming very easily. And second is that the developed world, including Europe and UK, have declined to take it as an obligatory commitment. They wanted to take it a voluntary contribution. When and if their economies permit and political situation allows, only then they will. And the amount, and this is the second part, and therefore there was no agreement because they were not willing to take it as their historical responsibility that many developing countries wanted. And the third part in this regard is also very important. The figure dropped by India and other developing countries to the tune of 1.5 trillion annually is a very poetic figure, very unrealistic figure. It does not have a sound scientific work behind it, and it assumes that the money is free and cheap, which is not the case. Our losses may be high, our needs may be high, but in reality, the developed world is not able to commit to this tune of money to going to developing countries in any way. And final point in this regard, because of these three factors, the money, as I was also trying to say during my presentation, has become extremely complex. It's not grants that somebody would write a check. It is about debt swap, it's about taxation, it's about public-private partnerships, it's about climate taxes globally, such as on aviation and shipping industry and other climate damaging practices. And therefore, the capacities in developing countries, including Pakistan, to access that finance is extremely limited. Since I serve on the board of Loss and Damage Fund also globally, I know that the discussion is that even if there was a commitment of 100 billion a year, our ability to disperse and to spend and absorb will be very, very nominal. And therefore, my own submission to this audience and to this panel is not to have unrealistic assumptions or expectations that international climate finance will flow towards developing countries that easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Saab. I think what you've mentioned on how we need to be realistic, the gaps are going to be drastic, and they need to be filled in through private sector climate action. And this is where our private sector can play a crucial role. Yesterday there was another event, and we've been getting some numbers from private sector, and green financing volumes are drastically increasing within Pakistan as well. So this is where I think I would like to go to Musarrat as well, given that it's very important to keep on the momentum and encourage private sector more. What do you think is the SCCP's role in driving this climate action? What are the regulatory frameworks in place? What are the guidelines in place? And what are the strategies that you will use to further encourage the volume of climate action that we can expect from the private sector?
Thank you, Dawa, for the question. And of course, starting off with just a quick thanks to the OICCI for inviting us over here at this forum. And I think it's an excellent forum for discussion at this current juncture of time. Not that I think I'm kind of a misfit. I'm not exactly somebody who is an expert on climate. But from the regulator's perspective, of course, I do agree with that the private sector definitely plays a very, very and a crucial, important role in financing climate change. And basically, it is for the private sector to come up because the government does not have the capacity to do it. The overall, with respect to what the SCCP has been doing, I would say that to encourage the private sector financing for sustainable projects and green projects, the SCCP had been introducing various interventions. In 2021, basically, we introduced the regulations, or you can call it the guidelines, for issuance of green bonds. But yet we haven't seen any green bonds actually coming up into the market. So the guidelines basically provide an overall, eligibility criteria, the valuation of the projects, the use of proceeds, and disclosures and transparency required. And in fact, the regulator went a step ahead and actually, introduced also templates for public offerings of these sukuks and green bonds, basically. So private or otherwise public, these green bonds can be offered in both shapes, and the Pakistan Stock Exchange primarily provides a platform for trading of both of these, be it the privately placed ones or the publicly issued. So the platform is there, but it is for the private sector to utilize these opportunities. So I would say that post that, it was just last year that we issued also the ESG guidelines, which are voluntary in nature. They are meant for the listed companies, but all companies actually can adopt it. So with a very strong focus also again on climate, greenhouse gas emissions, use of energy. And basically all climate-related matrices that have been provided in the ESG guidelines as well. So in addition, to top it up, we also amended the Code of Corporate Governance regulations to basically strengthen the role of the boards of directors with respect to their sustainability targets and sustainability priorities, and also encourage them to take climate conscious decisions. So after that, it was just last year also with respect to the ISSB S1 and S2 standards that the SCCP issued an order for the companies to for the adoption of these standards in a phased manner. So in the first phase, companies basically compliant with requirements relating to their turnovers, which is 25 million and above, billion and above, and asset side of 12.5 billion and above. But this is like or, these conditions are just or, they're not and, or having an employee number of 1,000 plus are required to comply with these standards starting this year, July 1st, 2025. So in the second phase, companies which would be meeting half of the thresholds, turnover requirements of 12.5 billion and an asset side of 6.25 billion, and company or employees of 500 plus are required to actually adopt these standards with effect from next year, July 1st, 2026. And in the third phase, all companies, all listed companies which could not, comply in phase 1 or phase 2 are required. In addition to, just these listed companies, smaller listed companies, it's also the private companies, publicly unlisted but public companies, which are like, have a public interest in all of them, that are licensed by the SCCP or registered by the SCCP, are required to undergo and adopt these standards. So I think it is basically for the private sector to actually come up and assume this responsibility, because we've been just discussing before the session as well. So it's not just always for the regulators to come up, with such targets and with such policies which should be mandatory in nature. It should make a business case for the private sector, which I think in this environment it does. So I'll stop it here.
Well, thank you so much for that detail. I think the regulator's primary job, of course, is to encourage and ensure that the readiness exists there so the market can then respond to it. And I understand that private sector has another opportunity when it comes to carbon markets. And at COP29, we saw how Article 6.2 and 6.4, we have a beginning of a new pathway for Pakistan's private sector to also respond to it. And for that, I think I would go to Sana to really give us an idea of how carbon credits can be effectively utilized to sort of start bridging the gap in climate financing, because this is where there's an interest from the private sector, both local private sector and international. So how do you think that this mechanism can be leveraged? And is there a goal in mind that Pakistan wants to target in terms of how much volume of credits it wants to have in the market by, say, 2030?
Thank you, Davar, and thank you to the OICCI for having this platform, for bringing all of us together, for bringing the private sector and government stakeholders, the civil society together to discuss ideas and a pathway ahead. I will like to take the discussion from where Dr. Ali Taqir left off at the new collective quantified goal that was agreed upon at COP29. Not only Pakistan, but several developing countries. In fact, I feel that most of the developing countries are dissatisfied with the commitment of the quantum of the new collective goal, quantified goal that was agreed at COP29. It was a rushed decision, and the quantum in no way satisfies the climate action finance needs of developing countries. However, at that same platform, after a decade of negotiations, we were finally able to have a decision on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Article 6 essentially establishes the carbon markets, the global carbon markets that we're talking about. This is not a new concept, ladies and gentlemen. Carbon markets have existed since the Kyoto Protocol under the Clean Development Mechanism. But what has happened at COP29 is that a new market is established whereby we have tried to rectify the mistakes that were made at Kyoto, and we have tried to bring in more transparency, and we've tried to make the market global in all its aspects. In that regard, I think the private sector now has a very important role. They will be the innovators, they will be the project developers who will bring projects and determine market credibility of the countries who would be participating here. So there is, I think, a huge responsibility on Pakistan's private sector to bring in those innovative ideas and trade them in the market. Coming to Davar, your question in particular on how our private sector can leverage this opportunity of participating in the carbon markets. As the Additional Secretary Zulfikar Yunus Saab has clearly outlined, that Pakistan has put in place a robust ecosystem to facilitate project developers in the carbon markets. The National Registry is near full operationalization. We have in place policy guidelines. The rules and regulations are being formalized. And there are several projects that are successfully already trading in the voluntary carbon market, with several others in the pipeline at the moment. So what are the critically important ingredients for any project that will go into the pipeline and that will be traded internationally? I feel that there are 4 very important elements that a project must have, not only to get its international accreditation from accrediting bodies, but also from the government of Pakistan, and also to satisfy the buyers. Because as Zulfikar Saab just mentioned, transparency will be the key element on which international buyers are going to come into a market and develop trust. So what are those 4 elements? The first one of those is additionality. A project must be additional to the baseline scenario. It must mitigate emissions below the baseline scenario, the business as usual scenario. So whatever is already projected, whatever has already been given in your budgets, in your plans, cannot be converted into a carbon offset project because that is now a business as usual scenario. It must be additional to what has already been planned and what has already been implemented on ground. This is a very complicated but very important and integral part of the markets. You must ensure that the project has additionality element. The second critical element over here is permanence. So whatever emissions are mitigated or sequestered from the atmosphere for any given project should remain out of that atmosphere, out of the system for a long period of time, not only over the crediting period of the carbon offset project, but even after. So there must be minimum possible leakages, and the project must not re-emit that, reintroduce those emissions back into the atmosphere. The third element is of verifiability, the MRV, the monitoring, reporting, and verification of the credits. So at any point, the methodology that is selected for that project for calculating its baseline emissions and also the emission abatement should be such that it can be verifiable as per international standards. So you'd have to ensure that. And finally, uniqueness. The project should be such that it should bring in an innovative element, and it should be something that clicks with the international community. These are the four critical ingredients, but I would just like to reiterate what my Additional Secretary Zulfikar Yunus Saab mentioned in his keynote address, that for Pakistan to win in this very competitive market that's taking shape now, we'd have to ensure high quality and high integrity of our projects. So the private sector, whatever projects you're developing, it's very important that they become a face of Pakistan's carbon market, and they set high benchmarks for international project developers from other countries to compete with Pakistan. So let's try to grab this opportunity when we have it. Thank you, Dawar.
Thank you, Sana. I think that was very informative. You've really summed up in a short while. And I think with you is also a private institution. We have the CEO of JS Bank sitting, and that is, I think, we really need to understand what is the focus of the banks now in terms of climate financing. What is the strategy? What are the goals or sectors that you think are requiring finance, and where will you put the money in to get the biggest benefit out of Pakistan? So what do you think is JS Bank's strategy for climate financing in the coming years?
Thank you so much, Dawar, and thank you to the OICCI for inviting me. So let me do a bit of macro scenario for banks, and then we can come to a little bit about JS Bank later. So currently, the way I see it is, a lot of the banks in Pakistan are financing green energy projects. The issue that we have is that we are not capturing the data. The emission data or whatever saving is coming out of it is not being captured, and the data is just not robust to present. So that is one challenge. Two, even within our own bank and within my peers also, where a state bank has given guidelines for certain requirements for a green banking officer, but they're essentially to do with risk. So when we are doing trade approvals, we are looking at the climate factor for risk. Banks are not looking at this as a business opportunity. For example, as we have corporate banking, commercial or agricultural or SME or consumer banking, which we in our mind see as a business opportunity, green financing we are not realizing as a business opportunity. So I would encourage all of us, including people within, to look at this as a business opportunity. So that then cuts across business lines from corporate to consumer, etc., and we do it that way. The third part of this is, of course, partnerships. We have gone down the partnership road, so we are, of course, partnered with GCF. We are also partnered with USAID, with Karandas, various other institutions. And we have generally done of course, we've done concessional finance from the State Bank, but most of our efforts are done around the guarantee scenario, whether it's GCF or USAID. We have used that and primarily has been around solar, residential solar primarily, but also around plastic waste. But except for projects that we classify within these guarantees where we track data. As banks, we are not tracking data against various other financings that we are doing. So I think that needs to come across. That builds a track record. That data is then robust. It builds a portfolio, and then it can become an asset class for you to go abroad to global partners and refinance that asset class.
Thank you so much, Basi Saab. I think we were having discussion with Bulent as well that the tracking and the framework has to be more robust when it comes to both having the numbers and the policy actions that the banks are doing. And I think I'll come to that, the legal and regulatory framework, the analysis that you also worked on. What do you think when it comes to climate finance and carbon markets has to be done to ensure that the pace of financing really accelerates? What would be the key, I think, pillars that we need to build the system upon?
Thank you. First, I'd like to situate the discussion here that we're in the middle of a drought. Punjab government has issued a level 2 alert that this province is facing a drought-like situation, and they've asked all the stakeholders to take immediate preparedness plans. So here we go to another climate crisis. Look, the legal and regulatory readiness is exactly what the Additional Secretary Saab mentioned. The question that the financer will ask you, are you ready for climate financing? Are you there yet? Do you have the legal and regulatory instruments? Instruments mean by hard regulations, hard mechanisms, whether in the state bank sector, regulated sector, or the SECP regulated sector, or your priority areas like transport, forestry, and the like. That's the first question they will ask. I don't think we're ready yet. So we need to go back to the drawing board. And this kind of coalition building that we see today needs to be replicated in a regulatory environment. We need to adopt an analytical method which we can apply to various sectors. And this method essentially is financial mechanisms, all the various financial mechanisms available to us, from bonds to feed-in tariffs, to sukuks, to blended finance, a whole list of them, and facilitative modalities, which is the soft part of the financial mechanism. How do we implement, how do we give these financial mechanisms life? So Ideas Lab, matchmaking labs, ESG disclosures, please SCP don't give extensions to anybody. Please do not give any extensions on the ESG disclosure, no matter how much they beg. This is an existential issue. So these two kind of framework needs to gel. And this has to apply across all sectors, not only just state banks taxonomy, but SECP's taxonomy, insurance sector, the transport sector, each and every sector that our government has identified as being high priority. I think then we will be able to say with our chin up that yes, we are ready to meet climate financing, both domestic and global.
I think I would like to keep on going with this discussion because I am learning a lot, but we were already short on time, and I think this is where I would like to end with the concluding note that a lot of the input that has been given, starting with Hannah from Unilever, that private sector is already doing a lot of things given their international commitments. They're working with partnerships and stakeholders. That's what I'm hearing here from JS Bank as well. And this is why we really need to keep up the momentum. Thank you all for joining.
I would add that, what Sana said very astutely, the credibility issue. That's extremely important message that this hall needs to take in is that, the first Article 6 projects, the first 10 projects that this country produces, they need to be backed by blue chip companies, whether they're multinationals, whether they are state-owned enterprises, but they need to be backed because the benchmarking is extremely important. And Article 6 authorization process flow is not easy. Spark 6, UNEP consultants are going to be sitting on that technical committee to review whether the project really falls under all the benchmarks of Article 6 requirements. So it has to be driven by blue chip entities in order to weed out all question marks from uncredible financiers. Thank you.
I think with that, I would like to conclude, but I would just hold the group here for a minute for a group photo, and then we can,
Last remark, I think, because we didn't happen to discuss on it, was actually the trading of carbon credits in the secondary market on an organized platform. I think this is an area which needs to, it requires attention, and it really needs to be seen. And as Bulant also rightly said, we need to have a very, very comprehensive and robust kind of a regulatory framework that will look into it. And if the ACCP is supposed to act as a regulator for, the trading in the secondary markets of carbon credits, I think these carbon credits need to be actually classified or declared as, either securities or commodities. This is an area which is still just hanging in the air. This hasn't been decided. So otherwise, I mean, we would be probably just into those, voluntary carbon, carbon market, which and running the risks that had been, discussed by the additional secretary as well.
Completely agreed. I think that's very important. I would again like to thank all the panelists on stage right now, and just a group photo, and then we can all be seated back. Thank you.
Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, Davar. Thank you for the wonderful conversation and dialogue, and we hope we can continue the exchange. साथियों, climate एक ऐसा issue है कि no one agency or no one sector or no one department can tackle or handle it. And we've heard primarily from the private side, the private sector primarily. लेकिन जब तक government का भी, unless the government puts the full weight behind or puts the entire muscle behind it, we won't be able to come to a solution. It is an honor to invite and welcome a very important person in the government. Government runs on several departments. Perhaps the engine that runs the entire government is the finance and revenue. And without the support of that, we cannot solve the climate issue. It's very gracious of the Honorable Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, to take out time for us, and we have him online to address, and we are thankful for his time. Honorable Minister of Finance and Revenue, Mr. Aurangzeb. Sir, are you there, sir? Thank you for joining us, sir, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. आपने कर दिया जी बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम President OICCI Yusuf Hussain Saab, the board there, all the distinguished delegates, especially all the participants and delegates who have come from various parts of the world. A very special welcome to all of you on a topic which is not only timely, but one of the most critical and what I have called existential issues for Pakistan. So thank you for being here. My sincere apologies for not being there in person because of various commitments here in Islamabad, but it's good to at least join virtually. देखिए the whole thing about climate and climate change, all the subject matter experts are sitting here, and what I saw in terms of the speaker lineup, all of you and all of us are in wild agreement that Pakistan is indeed one of the most vulnerable countries in the world with respect to climate and climate change. The 2022 flooding and floods, um, in some sense, were a real awakening for Pakistan. And as you well know, when the Secretary General of UN visited Pakistan, he called it climate carnage. That's the word that he used. And since then, it's all about rescue, rehabilitation, reconstruction, 4RF, everything that we talked about. Now, in terms of institutional arrangements, so before we go there, of course, as a country, we need to do what we need to do with respect to emissions. But for us as a country, and I'm sure the speakers here who have talked about it and others who are going to be there tomorrow, for us, it's less about mitigation, and we do need to play our role and due role on the mitigation side. But it's mostly about adaptation. So I think that is generally what we agree on as well. Now, then, in terms of institutional arrangements, we have a national adaptation plan. I've been there in terms of coalition of finance ministers of climate change. Um, we were there in COP29 in Baku with respect to V20 and working on climate prosperity plan. I'm sure whenever the Minister for Climate Change, she is going to join you, I'm sure she will deliberate and elaborate on that as well. So all of those institutional arrangements are in place. And even with respect to our PSDP, there are a number of things which we go through in terms of checking the boxes around climate and climate change. We have the NDCs, so that's also sort of moving in the right direction in terms of our net zero ambition and where we want to go uh, with everything around this space. Now, I've always said, whether in my capacity as the finance minister or even when I was in the private sector and very much all the corporate leaders were sitting there in your role, that there is no dearth of policy prescriptions in Pakistan. We have known the what and why for the longest time. It's almost always about the how part of it. Always about the how part of it. How do we get it done? So if it's adaptation, what are we doing around adaptation? And first of all, we can focus on the financing part of it, and then we can also discuss um, the projects which we need to bring through. So in terms of financing, what I have seen over the last sort of whatever 10 to 11 months in my current role, and even when I was in the private sector. Let's go back to the 22 discussion and the pledges in Geneva. There was no dearth of financing, right? I mean, we came back with more than $9 billion of pledges, but those were not grants. Those were project financings. And we had to come up with investable, bankable projects so that we can take that through. Right? So the ball was very much in our court, and that's where the capacity building part comes in. And I just want to link it in with many other things that we are trying to do in terms of capacity building. Green Climate Fund, number of banks and a few institutions have joined them. When I was there in COP29, with due respect to Green Climate Fund and their management and their sponsors, I said, we are very bureaucratic, but please cut down the bureaucracy in Manila. Right? It cannot be year, 2-year, 3-year things when you have your institutions who have applied trying to get accredited. That's Green Climate Fund for you. So therefore, and the same thing about loss and damage fund. It was in Sharm el Sheikh that came through. And then in Dubai, we talked about in COP28, how we're going to operationalize it. So I do think there's the whole committee of nations which have to come together to step up on what has been pledged and what has been already agreed to streamline it and to fast track it in terms of operationalization. Now, these are some of the things which we are obviously engaged in. When you hear the Minister of Climate Change, I'm sure she will do a much better job than I'm doing in terms of, what we need to do on in terms of operationalizing some of these things, whether it's V20, and I talked about the Climate Prosperity Fund, because that's also an element and a mechanism through which we are going to take things forward. Now, how do we take it and make it frontline and bring it into the thinking and what we are trying to do at the government level? And I'll come back into the private sector discussion in a moment as well. Now, when I met President Ajay Banga back in April, and at that point in time, we were just concluding the 9-month SBA on the fund side, and we were getting into an EFF discussion that we want a larger and a longer program with the fund. At that point in time, when I met President Banga, I mentioned two existential issues for the country. One was population, and the other was climate. And while we are very much focused in terms of the immediate revival of the economy, and alhamdulillah, we are in a good place with respect to macroeconomic stability. You heard the State Bank discussions yesterday in terms of where we are, in terms of policy rate coming down, FX reserves going to $13 billion by the end of June, etc. So we are moving in the right direction there. But ultimately, it's about the future of the country, because when we talk about the World Bank studies, where are we going to be in 2047 before we get into a $3 trillion economy? We need to get into $1 trillion economy, but we need to focus on some of the existential issues. So I'll come back to climate in a moment, but I said to him, population and climate. And within population, child stunting. If 40% of the children in Pakistan under the age of 5 are afflicted with child stunting and learning poverty, girls out of school, that's the future of Pakistan. We have a huge issue if we are not investing there. And then climate and climate resiliency. So climate resiliency, whether it's agriculture related, whether it's water management, decarbonization, these are two issues which have been brought up in the country partner framework. Those of you who have been in Lahore in December, you know exactly what we mean by decarbonization and air pollution. Now, these are the elements through which we get their help. We get Asian Development Bank's help. We get UNDP as helping us in terms of the executing agency, because it's not about financing and funding. Because I genuinely believe we have ample sources of funding and financing, even before we come to the green finance. And the green finance, of course, as you know, WAPDA had issued a green bond three and a half years back. At that point in time, they printed $500 million. The book size was $3 billion. So it was 6 times oversubscribed at that point in time. And inshallah, as we go back into the international capital markets, we'll go back and start tapping the green bond market again. और उसी में जो enabling framework है, कि जो green taxonomy है, and with State Bank taking the lead, inshallah by March, April, we will have a clear green taxonomy framework for Pakistan, so that we can all agree that what means green in terms of projects, in terms of structuring, in terms of funding, in terms of monitoring, and in terms of reporting. Because I genuinely believe कि जो जिनीवा के pledges वापस नहीं आए हमारे मुल्क में, वो इस वजह से नहीं आए कि we did not have projects which could measure up to this type of international scrutiny. So we need to build that type of capacity in the country, ताकि जो funding or financing जिसको pledge किया जाता है, that actually flows in terms of adaptation finance. And so the last thing I just want to mention, because IMF के सिलसिले में काफी बात होती है, of course we are going to get our sort of first 6-monthly review in terms of where we are in terms of the EFF. But this is also going to be a moment where we are going to get into a more detailed discussion with the fund in terms of the climate resiliency facility. So in February, when the team arrives, we are going to go there. So as you can see, all the foreign delegates who are here, the local participants who are here, my clear view is financing, funding is less of an issue. The homework is rests with us in Pakistan. And that's where I want to leave this discussion, that as far as the government is concerned, whether it's Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Climate Change, Ministry of Finance, of course, we all come together. You have seen Udan Pakistan, you have seen the overall program which has been unveiled. But ultimately, I will come back to what I have been saying all along. And that's where Overseas Chamber and the leading international investors, the leading local investors, all of them who are there with Overseas Chamber, is the private sector which has to lead the country. And the private sector will lead the country in terms of the business revival, inshallah. And it's the private sector which is also going to come up with bankable, investable projects, because that's what we need. That's what we need. Funding आ जाएगी, financing आ जाएगी, लेकिन जब तक हम ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं लाएंगे जिनको इंटरनेशनल स्क्रूटनी पे हम आगे लेकर जाएं, ये मामला आगे नहीं चल सकेगा. तो हमारी जो सारा फोकस होना चाहिए, एंड यूसुफ हुसैन साहब, मेरे आपकी तवसत से आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट कि अगला जो दिन एंड डे एंड अ हाफ दैट यू आर गोइंग टू स्पेंड with all the experts that you have in the room, how can we build capacity around that particular aspect? That would be my request to you as we go forward. Once again, I'm very grateful for the kind invitation. I don't want to, I think I'm almost on time because I was allocated 20 minutes. I don't want to, take more time than what is allocated to me. But I wish you a very successful conference, and I look forward to getting the recommendations back from this very August forum in terms of any recommendations where the government and certainly Ministry of Finance can help, support, assist. Thank you again for the very kind invitation.
Hello? 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 Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, hello, my name is Emmeline, and as I have the privilege of leading sustainability initiatives at ACCA as part of the Policy and Insights team. So over the last 15 years, my work has focused on the intersection of finance, sustainability and climate action. I've also worked at the UN Global Compact. But before we dig deeper, let me explain what ACCA does. We are the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, a global body with over 247,000 members across 179 countries. In Pakistan, ACCA has a strong presence supporting finance professionals and organisations in navigating a rapidly evolving economic landscape. We work to ensure that accountants are not just technical experts, but also strategic leaders who create long-term value. So the urgency of climate action is not an abstract idea. It's a reality we experience every day, particularly in Pakistan. The devastating floods, which affected over 33 million people, entire communities were submerged and crops were destroyed, with critical infrastructure washed away. But these floods are a stark reminder of how vulnerable this region is to climate change, from deadly heat waves to changing rainfall patterns. You face the consequence of a warming planet. But this impact is not just environmental, it's economic and social. The floods cause damage worth billions of dollars and pushing away many families into poverty. And as a nation heavily reliant on agriculture, shifts in weather patterns threaten food security, livelihoods, and economic stability. However, Pakistan's challenge also presents an opportunity for leadership in climate action. We can turn adversity into progress by embedding sustainability into our strategies and decision making. And this is where the role of accountants and finance professionals really becomes indispensable. So accountants are not just about crunching numbers. We are stewards of transparency, integrity, and value creation. In the context of sustainability, our role expands into three critical areas. So we drive in strategic ESG sustainability integration. So you can help organisations define clear environmental, social governance strategies that align with Pakistan's climate commitments under the Paris Agreements. By embedding sustainability into financial frameworks, you can ensure businesses prioritise not just profits, but resilience and long-term societal values. But harnessing data for insight and accountability. Climate finance depends on accurate data. Accountants can design systems to measure climate-related risks, validate emissions data, and integrate ESG metrics into financial reporting. This builds trust with stakeholders and attracts sustainable investment. But let's think about mobilising green finance and investments. Pakistan has immense potential to benefit from green finance tools like green bonds and carbon credits. And accountants can structure these instruments, ensuring compliance with global standards and mobilising funds for climate resilient projects such as renewable energy, water management and reforestation. But to align these climate finance with long-term value, we must overcome three critical challenges. The first is consistency in standards. In Pakistan, like elsewhere, carbon markets and climate finance tools often lack standardised definitions and accounting practices. This creates confusion and reduces investor confidence. Accountants can advocate for clear and consistent frameworks to bring transparency to these markets. Regulatory alignment. Strong regulations are essential for the success of carbon markets and climate action plans. For example, Europe's emission trading systems provide lessons on how robust regulatory frameworks can enhance market stability. Pakistan can develop its own aligned system to encourage investments and maintaining accountability. And finally, planning for a just transition. Climate action must be fair and inclusive. In a country like Pakistan, where millions depend on fossil fuels and traditional agriculture, a transition to a low carbon economy must ensure economic opportunities for all. Accountants can quantify trade-offs and create equitable plans for affected communities. So where can we start? There's many ways that the people in this room can start this steps to become more climate aware. First of all, upskilling in climate finance. And this is about learning how climate risks can impact business models, supply chains, and investment decisions. This understanding allows us to guide organisations in navigating the low carbon future. And also integrating new performance metrics by developing systems that include environmental and social KPIs such as water usage or carbon intensity, alongside financial measures. And this ensures that businesses are evaluated holistically. And collaboration across your teams. To really drive sustainability, you must work with diverse teams, including climate experts, engineers, and policymakers. And together they can align business goals with national and global climate objectives. But finally, it's all about providing transparency and assurance. Reliable sustainability reporting is essential to attract investment and build public trust. Accountants and business must ensure climate-related disclosures are accurate, consistent, and aligned with international standards. The climate crisis has brought an immense challenges, but it's also highlighted the importance of resilience, innovation, and collaboration. We have the power to drive transformative change. By integrating sustainability into financial decision-making, you can build a resilient business, mobilise green capital, and contribute to a sustainable future. But the choices that we make today will shape our legacy. Together, we can take bold steps to ensure that our work contributes to a country that thrives in the face of climate change and creates long-term value for its people and its planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelton. Instructions आई हैं कोई? Okay, we have a short video of Mr. Hakan Balgurulu. If I get that wrong, please forgive me. It's a difficult name to pronounce. He's the global CEO of BECO, I think it's called. So let's take a look at the video and then we'll move on to the panel conversation.
Travel. Unfortunately, I could not fit in my agenda, and I have to address you with a video message, as I will actually be in Mumbai in India at a board meeting for our Indian partnership as you will be listening to this video. So my apologies, but a video will have to do this time, and I hope the next time to be there in person. Today, we're talking about, in my opinion, the biggest challenge to face humanity since our existence, and that is the climate catastrophe that is on its way. The scientific consensus is very clear. The world has surpassed its 1.5 degree target set at the Paris Accord for 2030 already last year. The data also proves beyond any doubt that this is caused by human activity and the amount of carbon and methane we are putting in the atmosphere. This is also clear. If you were to track the chart that tracks the parts per million in terms of carbon in the atmosphere, man-made, mainly from burning coal, like in Pakistan, is at 424 parts per million. It was 421 parts per million at this time last year. While we should be decreasing, we are actually still increasing the amount of carbon we are putting in the atmosphere. And this is also correlating very, very closely with the warming of the planet. If we were to compare how we're doing compared to the past, I can comfortably say we are doing terribly. The planet is warming 4 times as fast as it was in 2001. 2001 is not that far away. Many of you are young in the audience, I'm sure, but 2001 is literally only 23, 24 years ago. So we are now warming 4 times faster. Just to put it into context for you, how much heat this is trapping in the atmosphere. The equivalent, since I was born, early 1970s, 1972 to today, the equivalent amount of heat, that is extra heat, that is trapped in the atmosphere because of the carbon and methane in the atmosphere, is actually equivalent to the heat released from 6.4 billion atomic nuclear bombs. 6.4 billion bombs would have to have exploded to be able to trap the amount of heat that's been trapped in my lifetime on this planet. I know it sounds dramatic, 6.4 billion. It sounds dramatic because it is. And this is not something that is very easy to rewind. Now, if we are to look at what we can be hopeful for, the journal Nature, which is a very respectable publication, says that the best we can hope at this hour now, this date, if we radically reduce our economic activity, fossil fuels, meat consumption, the list is very, very long, use of cement, steel, and dramatically shrink the way we work, our economies, the best humanity can hope for now is a 1.6 degree warmer than the 19th century industrial, after the Industrial Revolution. 1.6 degrees is the best we can hope for. You know, many governments, I sit on many boards from the World Economic Forum Climate Leadership Council to the World Bank Committee for the Pricing of Carbon. Unfortunately, many people, including the UN, in the UN, but mainly local governments, are in favor of abandoning the 1.5 degree target set at the Paris Accords for a 2 degree target, because they believe 1.5 has already been surpassed. We need to at least try and limit it by 2 degrees. I am very, very strongly against this, because I believe if you abandon the 1.5 degree target for 2, you might abandon the 2 degree target for 2.5. What we need to do is stick to 1.5, and at all costs, even if we surpass that target, make sure we come back to 1.5. Because believe me, a certain tech mogul from the US is trying to go to Mars. If the world is 2.5 degrees warmer than its industrial times, the Earth will become Mars. There's no need to go anywhere. We will have hell on Earth. So basically, I don't want to be too alarmist. I have also some positive messaging, but I am giving you this talk at a time where the Earth is warmest in the last at least 125,000 years that we can see. And we can see this from ice cores that we drill in Antarctica and the Arctic in Greenland, these 3-kilometer thick ice sheets where we can take specific samples and date the ice. So we know exactly what the temperature was, what the carbon was, what the sulfur was in the atmosphere, what the humidity was. And when we compare that data, the world is now at its warmest it's been in 125,000 years. So this is going to cause devastating droughts, floods, fires in California that you're seeing, snow in Florida. And of course, you read and see a lot more about California and Florida than you do about Pakistan, right? So unfortunately, countries like Pakistan are bearing the brunt edge of this, because you have not contributed the carbon to the atmosphere. Less than 1% came from Pakistan. Yet the impact of this and the exposure you have to an extreme climate and the climate events, which are in front of us, is much, much bigger than this. So even though you contributed less, you are paying a higher price. And this is something that I think the world should address in a very fair way. 2022 saw catastrophic floods in Pakistan. I mean, from what I've read, I wasn't there, more than 75,000 square kilometers of land was inundated, $30 billion in damage. I mean, I followed this in the news and I read as much as I could. This is devastation of an incredible scale, a humanitarian crisis that needs the global north, wealthier countries to look at and address as well. Unfortunately, this isn't happening in the way that we want. But we did see at the COP meeting a commitment from the global north for the global south of 100 billion, at least to remedy some of these unfairnesses which are facing countries like Pakistan. Now, unfortunately, actually, I think the situation is only going to intensify and get worse. Not just Pakistan, but what I call Near East, because simply the heating is more severe, which will mean more floods, more fires, and more difficulty in growing crops, especially droughts. That's why it's really critical that everyone, businesses, people, government, on the ground is doing their best to decarbonize. I think there has to be a specific focus on long-term solutions on what can be done with agriculture, what can be done in terms of mitigating the floodplains, because they're not going to change. It's just going to get worse, and we know that. And also, where can people move to? This is also another critical step that needs to be planned for. Unfortunately, Pakistan is one of the, in terms of growth and economic growth, one of the more offending countries, because your energy mix is so dependent on coal. Pakistan, I know, has earmarked and plans on getting 60% of its energy from clean sources by 2030. I don't think that's sufficient, and progress is slow. I know this from our transition at Dolans. We currently have about 3 megawatts of solar power, which is roughly equivalent to 30% of our power consumption, and we have plans to double this. But I don't think enough is being done in terms of cutting bureaucracy and supporting companies with cheaper financing, tax credits, to incentivize companies to invest in clean energy themselves. Because I don't think this is a government or project-driven transformation. You need solar panels in a country like Pakistan on every home, on every roof that exists. In the desert where you can't grow anything, there needs to be giant solar farms, and this has to happen tomorrow. And international financing needs to be made available to support that transaction. But the worst scenario is that Pakistan continues to grow its economy in a dependent state on coal. Now, consumption of energy is going to increase, right? Where do appliances fit into all of this? Well, imagine 40% of all power consumption comes from 4 product categories: refrigeration, heating and cooling, electric motors, and lighting. I'm going to repeat this because it's quite important. Refrigeration, heating and cooling, electric motors, and lighting. This is 40% of all power consumption. Today, best-in-class technology exists to actually reduce this consumption by half, by 50%. This would mean we would overnight be able to shut more than 2,000 coal-fired power plants around the world, which would actually go a long way in terms of decarbonizing our economies. But what are we doing? I mean, what is the appliance industry doing? What is Dolans doing? Well, first of all, this is an absolute priority for us. We put in the center of everything we do the climate and our efforts to decarbonize. What does that mean? In our manufacturing efforts, in our supply chain efforts, we have largely decarbonized. We have invested in huge amounts of green energy, more than 100 megawatts of solar power, 3 of which is in Dolans in Pakistan. We need more to create our own clean energy, which has helped us decarbonize the business. But the most important impact we have is in creating much lower energy consuming appliances, because those appliances continue working year on year and consuming energy. Just imagine this: every time you turn on an air conditioner, you are sucking power, which is actually coming from coal-fired energy, and you're putting carbon in the atmosphere. As an individual, our responsibility as a manufacturer and as an industry is to use best-in-class technology to reduce that amount of carbon exposure. Pakistan has done well. I think it was in March or May last year, there were new energy levels that were made public and set, energy efficiency levels that are now a requirement on the industry. I think what's important is enforcement needs to be tracked very carefully. Tax credits need to be given to consumers to buy more energy efficient appliances to support this transition as fast as possible. As an industry leader, and I also am president of the European Appliances Council, I spend a lot of time in Brussels lobbying for higher energy levels, because I believe that if we regulate and we make a level playing field for all competitors, they will have to comply with higher energy level products in the market. And that is not a new technology. It's not an unfair advantage to companies that have this already. Everybody can do this. It's a matter of investment and prioritizing. And I think this is not only our industry's responsibility, but as leaders of individual businesses, this is our personal responsibility to make sure we are producing the best-in-class product and providing consumers with an option to buy the most energy efficient appliances. Now, what else are we doing at Beko? Well, we have set a net zero target for ourselves, which is, if you think of it, actually impossible because our appliances have to consume some energy. But the remaining 10%, last 10% or so, we will mitigate by buying carbon credits. However, we're committing to drop our carbon emissions of our scope 3 emissions, by the way. So the product's consumption of energy by 90% by 2050. That's a very aggressive target, and it's in line with the 1.5 degree warmer world target. So in a time when the US may be withdrawing from the Paris Accord, we are doubling down and making promises that we will do our best, not only our best, we will make it happen. And I think this is an important commitment. All of our teams around the world, our engineers in Dolan's, are proud to work with us because they know our climate leadership is not just something we say, it's something we live by, it's something we believe in, and it's something we are building the future of the company on. So please look at yourselves, your own businesses, where you work, the companies you work at, the universities you're at, and try and figure out what you can do for future generations, your children, and the future of this planet. It's truly critical. Of course, decarbonizing is not the only thing. Sorry, I'm speaking fast because I was only given 10 minutes and I'm trying to convey as much information as I can. I really am not trying to sell you a washing machine or an air conditioning, but I'm trying to really create a sense of urgency. And for me, what would be a successful talk, an investment of my time, is if you leave this discussion energized and invigorated to do something about what's happening yourself in Pakistan today, not tomorrow. And I mean, with that, this type of environmental, let me say, activism or execution in terms of the right sense of direction, the right thing to do, doesn't only have to be decarbonizing. It can be around recycled materials. It can be about what you do with waste. With us, for example, we are using discarded fishing nets in our ovens. Water PET bottles, a huge offender. We've used hundreds of millions of them in our washing machine tubs, which actually saves on material costs because you need engineering plastics. It's the high spinning tub. We are now using discarded water bottles. This is a huge problem, as you know. It's in every river and sea. Every beach you go to, if you're a sea lover, is now unfortunately full of plastic. Of course, this plastic goes into the food we eat, and then we end up getting poisoned and cancer. Surprise, surprise. So we need to clean up and use waste material wherever we can. But also, we build what I think is one of the world's largest recycling facilities, where we recycle appliances. We've recycled more than, 2 million by now, that we take from the market. So we'll replace an old energy-intensive product with a new energy-efficient product. We'll give the customer a rebate, and then we'll take the old product and recycle it, recovering more than 90% of the material. So this kind of activity also complements decarbonizing, and I think has a big impact for the future. Now, we have published also something which I very much enjoy and like for you to read. It's called the Right to Refrigeration. This basically means that access to appliances is critical, right? It's not like a car. A refrigerator gives you food security, it gives you vaccine security, medical security, but also a washing machine gives you hygiene security. Air conditioning allows you to live a higher quality of life, especially when there's a wet bulb moment. I'm sure you know what that is. When humidity goes over a certain degree and heat is over 35 degrees, it's a wet bulb moment whereby humans cannot cool with perspiration, and you actually die after a couple of hours. So you cannot say, and in Pakistan you are having many more of these than in the past, you cannot say to a Pakistani consumer, don't buy an air conditioner because you will consume more energy. So of course, the consumer is going to buy the air conditioner, but we have to make sure that the air conditioning unit has shifted from an R410A gas to an R32 refrigerant, which means the greenhouse gas effect is much, much lower. Or in refrigerators, by transitioning from R134 to R600, you cut 43% of energy consumption. So these kind of changes are things that we're doing voluntarily, but these need to be done as an industry and across industries and need to be regulated. Since we have acquired Dolans, we've invested more than 90 million in R&D. And the reason we did this is we want to develop products which are made for Pakistan in Pakistan. We have an R&D team there, which we're very proud of. In fact, they have now developed a platform for our new factory in Bangladesh. So this R&D team is not only working towards its own country and people's needs and Dolans's production technology and product platform needs, it is also creating platforms which is being exported to other markets. We're very proud of this development. And I think going forward, we will continue to use this team and Dolans for our global needs at Beko. Now, I also believe that all of these things we're doing for the planet, we're doing for all of our stakeholders, right? Our employees, their families, our customers, the countries that we operate in. But I also believe that doing the right thing makes good business sense. I think, honestly, that consumers will start voting with their wallets, choosing the cleaner options for products and services or companies and brands. They will not go for companies who just want to work in the old way, not transform, and don't clean up their businesses. So there will be a natural selection going forward between the companies who are doing the right thing and the companies that are not. And trust me, history will judge the ones that are not doing the right thing in a very, very harsh manner. All of this I'm saying because it simply, in my opinion, makes good business strategy to be the most sustainable business you can. And in our case, I think this is proven because I now see consumers are willing to pay a small premium, but it's starting, for goods which are less offensive towards the environment. Anyway, I've spoken tremendously fast. I apologize. I hope you caught a lot of that data. It was a lot of information I was trying to convey. And I really wish I could have been there in person because I truly do love Pakistan. So hope to see you there in person again. And thank you very much for listening to me. Again, apologies if I bored you with too many details. Thank you.
Mr. Hakan Balgurlu, the CEO of Beko, which is the parent company of Dolans. And those of you who are going to buy a washing machine on the way back, you know which brand to buy now. I'm not endorsing it. If I can request Ms. Maha Qasim from 0 Point to come on stage and take over. We're towards the end of our conference day, and we have a panel discussion, and over to Maha. लेकिन तालियां बजा दें, temperature ज़रा सा हमने ऊपर करना जगह. Thank you for that. Maha, over to you.
Hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to today's panel on advancing circularity, strategies for plastic waste reduction and sustainable industrial practices. As most of us are aware, plastics, when they degrade, they are converted into microplastics, and this has now become a global environmental and health issue. Plastics are found everywhere, from the food we eat, the water we drink, and even in our bloodstream. Microplastics have been linked to cancer, as well as birth defects in babies. And then there's a direct link with climate change, because every time we produce anything new, particularly when we use virgin raw materials, we produce emissions to the atmosphere. Moving towards a circular economy will essentially reduce the use to use virgin raw materials and keep materials in circulation for longer. There is also the concept of consumer and producer responsibility, so ensuring that producers as well as consumers take responsibility for the materials that they purchase and consume. I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists on stage. First, we have Mr. Charles Schneider, Program Manager from the IFC. Next, we have Mr. Waqar Sheikh, Founder, Board Member, and CEO of the Collect and Recycle Alliance, the Core Alliance. This is Pakistan's first packaging alliance with a mission to eliminate packaging waste. Next, we have Mr. Hamad Naqi Khan, Director General of WWF Pakistan. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Zulfikar Yunus, Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Khalid Waleed, Research Fellow at the Sustainable Development Policy Institute. And finally, we have Ms. Komal Sinha, who is joining us online. Komal is the Senior Director, Government and Policy Engagement at Vera. Okay. So our first question is for Mr. Charles Schneider at the IFC. So Charles, globally the IFC has been supporting the transition to a circular economy, particularly in emerging economies. So could you describe some of the initiatives the IFC is currently funding, and what are some lessons that Pakistan could adopt?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really great to be here, and I really appreciate OICCI for inviting me. So IFC is more and more getting into circular economy work globally. I think estimates are around over $1 billion of investment from IFC around the world. And interestingly, where investments started off with plastic bottle recycling, we're now moving much more into waste to energy. We're moving into areas like even flexible plastic. There's a recent project in Mexico. This has always been a big challenge, right? Because PET bottles and other, so-called mechanical recycling have been tackled to some extent, and the collection of the feedstock for these types of plastics the supply chains are much more developed. And I think here in Pakistan, that's also the case. But the flexible plastics or the multi-layered plastics or the little packages you see all over the place, that's a bigger challenge. And so we're working with companies now to recycle these multi-layered plastics. And hopefully we can learn lessons in other countries that can be brought to Pakistan. So first of all, a new initiative, we call it Circularity Plus Platform, and you can find all the details online. But this is really something where we're trying to articulate, the offerings of IFC in circularity. And these focus heavily on areas around like this processes for sorting, collection of feedstock, right? These are the biggest challenges probably in plastics recycling. Also energy recovery, so waste energy or use of landfill gas as the circularity, or agricultural residue for energy recovery. We're looking at areas like low impact collection. In other words, how do you make truck fleets away from diesel into more renewable energies, maybe those that are less polluting and more efficient chains. And then finally, and we heard a lot about this earlier today, about the carbon credit markets access. How can we help firms understand and access carbon credit markets? So there's this so-called platform or program has led to a couple investments very recently, one in Poland, which is around metal recycling, electronic waste recycling, and one that's a regional investment that looks at sustainable recycling. So globally, we're doing a fair amount now, more and more. In Pakistan, we've also done one investment recently in sustainable aviation fuel, and that was with our partners, CIFPEC, providing blended finance and making that a bankable project, as we heard from the finance minister, the importance of bankability. So we have also, and I think one of the questions was about what the research we've done on sectors that we think have investment potential or highly bankable sectors in Pakistan specifically. And I think we'll hear more about this from our other panelists. But basically, where we see, investment opportunities are in the PET bottle recycling, but bottle to bottle or higher value added recycling. We also see opportunities for PET bottle recycling into polyester, and we've seen a lot of this, and actually a lot of raw material in the textile industry is now starting to come from plastics. But we see that as being a much bigger opportunity here, and we've done large-scale investments in other countries in both PET bottle recycling and in this recycling for polyester yarns. Outside of plastic, in this study, we saw opportunities in paper. We haven't heard much about paper today, but corrugated boxes, recycling, and these supply chains are pretty well developed here. And I think most of the boxes that we're using are actually coming from recycled material. But the efficiency of that can be improved, and I think investment in these spaces would be very, very important. There's a few other areas that of course, have high potential. I don't have time, I think, to get into all of those. Yeah. But just lastly, we've learned lessons from other countries about, the benefits and how we can be more effective in this space, in this circularity space, through our conversations with private sector government. I think the most important thing has been getting the regulatory environment right, getting the enabling environment right, and that is something that's happening now in Pakistan with initiatives around extended producer responsibility, around getting producer responsibility organizations going, and about not making it difficult to use recycled material in the market. For example, not making it forbidden to use recycled plastic in food packaging, for example. I mean, these kind of initiatives, these kind of regulatory reforms would help enable more investment in this space. But so I'll leave it at that, and if there's time, I'll come back to some more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. I think that was a very good overview of what's happening globally, particularly in different sectors that you mentioned, including waste to energy and e-waste and extended producer responsibility. I'd like to ask my next question to Mr. Hamad Naqi Khan. So the WWF has been very active, as a key advocate and as an implementing partner for several initiatives to reduce plastic waste in Pakistan. So, Hamad, if you could just set the stage, for the discussion. Where is the circular economy transition at in Pakistan, and what sort of, policy interventions do you think are needed to, make this transition happen faster and more efficiently?
Okay, thank you, Mahab. If you look at the scale of the problem, it's quite alarming. I mean, Pakistan as a country faces a lot of environmental challenges, and unfortunately, plastic pollution is turning out to be one of the significant ones. We generate around more than 3.5 million tons of waste. WWF study, which was conducted at the global level, says that every individual ingests 5 grams of plastics every week, which is equivalent to a credit card. So har hafte hum ek credit card kha rahe hain. Let's keep that in mind. And then 1 million marine species die just because of plastic pollution. And Arabian Sea and the Indus River system is one of the largest sources of plastic pollution. Now, the role, because plastic, waste and the private sector, you said the private sector, I think as part of the extended producer responsibility, if you conduct a life cycle analysis of the packaging material or a lot of, because half of it is single-use plastics. So I think the private sector needs to revisit the drawing board, finding biodegradable alternatives, and then obviously as the first priority, but then at least the recyclable, so that the consumption of virgin plastics is reduced. The good thing is that a forum like CORE, which is represented by the leading private companies and the civil society organization, is there. But then shifting the problem, the private sector rightly says that the infrastructure for segregation, for collection, for waste management doesn't exist. And I think in a way they're right. The government cannot put all the burden towards the private sector. Yes, they have the responsibility because they use the resources, they create revenue, and they have to fulfill their responsibility, and they should be responsible for the life cycle of the product and the packaging material in particular that they use. I think another problem is the identifying accurately the problem, the kind of blended plastics that we use, how much is collected, how much is, we did, like as WWF, we conducted a couple of studies, but still the data, comprehensive scientific analysis is not there, because that would be helpful to come up with a strategy. I also feel on part of the government to come up with a system of penalty and support, incentives. It's not just penalty, you come up with rules and regulations, but if the system, the infrastructure doesn't exist, then you also have to at least provide an equal opportunity for incentives, where you give subsidies to the private sector, you encourage recycling units. At the moment in Punjab, there are almost 6,000 recycling units. Most, I think, just 500 are registered. So they are all working in the informal sector, primarily very small units without no documentation, the kind of facilities, the occupational health and safety. So I think that's another big challenge where the regulatory arm of the government plays its part along with the private sector and academia and civil society organizations like WWF. It's not just the government's responsibility, it's not just the private sector responsibility. What about our civic sense? Why do we, throw and litter plastics everywhere? We did this study on, for Rawal Dam. It's a drinking water reservoir. Along with the sewage, you can see these heaps of plastics floating on it, the water which comes into a drinking water reservoir. In fact, if you look at the annual waste production of plastics, you can put 2 K2s together. I mean, it's almost like 16,000 meters of plastic waste that we are creating. So that's where the academic and research institute and the civil society, I feel, to raise awareness. But I'm a strong advocate that the private sector has to provide the leadership. We have seen the government, coming up with one and another rules, another policy, another regulation, another version, but without proper coordination and without proper engagement with the private sector, I think we won't be able to address this huge challenge. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Hamad Sab. I think both you and Charles alluded to the role of the government and policy in essentially driving this transition. So my next question is for Dr. Zulfikar. We've seen several initiatives by the federal government as well as the provinces to outlaw plastic. There have been several plastic bans, several attempts to curb the use of single-use plastics. So can you tell us a little bit about the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination's strategic policy direction to drive kind of a lasting transition, to encourage behavior change, and also to support in the form of incentives or penalties this transition to a circular economy?
Thank you, Maha. So first of all, what my earlier panelists just mentioned, that plastic among the other climate change challenges is becoming one of the most, challenging of the climate change challenges. So we need to actually sit together and it's not only Pakistan, but also, I was just recently looking at a study of top 20 global, plastic mismanaged countries, and 4 of them are from South Asia, and Sri Lanka was the 5th top mismanaged, Bangladesh was 10th, India was 12th, and Pakistan was 15th. So still, we are among the top 20. So there's a high time that we should work and sit together and come up with some solution for how to manage this plastic. And as they say that Indus Basin is the highway to the plastic into our oceans in Arabian Sea that we are sending. And currently, the technology and cost for plastic recycling, we can manage up to 50% of the plastic to be recycled. But out of that, globally, we have only 4% of the plastic is being recycled, which means that we still have 46% room for improvement. So here comes the government. So government, mindful of these challenges, we have, first and foremost challenge that we have after 18th Amendment, a lot of enforcement of the laws has gone to the provinces. So we are actively coordinating with the provinces. Our climate change policy 2021, it speaks about a climate change implementation committee which has provinces, and it has also important areas to control the plastic. Besides that, we have also a hazardous waste management policy of 2022, which speaks about the plastics waste to be how it should be treated and how it should be dealt. And then what you mentioned, we have also for federal government, because now the jurisdiction of the federal government is for the purpose of enforcement of the plastic regulations or policy is to the federal government, which is ICT. So we are actively implementing the single-use plastic regulations in federal capital territory. And you might have been looking at the news items where our Pak EPA has confiscated plastic, single-use plastic in huge quantities from different. But the challenge is that there are two important things which I feel are need to be considered, and collectively a solution should be found for these. One is the producers. So we have to look at from the perspective of the producers. So we have to discourage the producers if they are shifting to other renewable sources, other friendly sources of material. I think that is one important aspect where we can transform our landscape from plastic. And the second is the consumer. So consumer has also to be aware that they should object when some shopkeeper is selling them the plastic. So while we have the regulations, while we have the infrastructure in place, but these two important components need to be brought on board, and they should be they have to take active part. On government's part, we have a national plastic action plan whereby over the next decade we would like to make plastic 100% recyclable. And besides that, we are also now working on national circular economy policy, which essentially will also address the plastic disposal issues. So I think this is broadly where government is and how government is trying to effectively stop the illegal use of plastics.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Zulfikar. My next question is for Waqar Saab from CORE. So I've seen some very interesting examples of public-private partnerships for plastic waste reduction, and I think one of the more visible initiatives was the replacement of plastic straws with paper straws. I think that's something we're all seeing, at least, it's available in the market as well. But other than these, what are some success stories that you can speak to, from the private sector in the promotion of the circular use of plastics, or even eliminating plastic waste from packaging?
Thank you very much. So thank you for inviting me as a representative of a CORE, not as a Nestle.
Right.
So I think what CORE is doing now, and once we started, it's okay now? Okay. Yeah. So now the CORE is more like an organization which has 4 important pillars, where we have industry working with us, and very well-known names are there. Then we have recyclers. We have a non-profit like SDPI and WWF and UNDP. And then we have packaging companies also. So these are the bigger 4 parts of those who are advocating for less use of plastic, talking about the environment, those who are using plastic, but at the same time, they want to act responsible. So I think the important thing that need to be done, as my other colleagues have said this here, is plastic is a multi-sectoral problem. it has multi-sectoral challenges.
Indeed.
So if we say today only one part of this, one of the sectors will resolve it, it's not possible. We require right policies which are prepared in consultation with the private sector. We need at times government to take lead, but we also at times private sector to create the right pilot projects which can be replicated as well by the similar industry and other counterparts. So it requires a lot of collaboration to resolve these challenges. So one of the few things that we are doing at CORE, I think the first policy success that we had in this country, the food packaging was not allowed to use recycled plastics. And that was a bigger challenge, because when we talk about, use less virgin plastics, that's only possible when many of the bigger players start using recycled plastics in the packaging materials, whether it's food or it's non-food. But our laws were not allowing us to do that. It took us 2 years to pitch this to the government, and it includes all the food authorities and the national PSQCA, which is the national level authority, got this new standard passed and then got it implemented across provinces. It looks very simple, but it was a very hectic, because changing a policy is a big, and there were right obstacles, but I think there was a right mindset also available on both sides who accepted this. Right. And we move forward because there are many examples around the world where, recycled plastic is now being made part of the packaging materials. Of course, you need to have a very, very strict value chain so that, you don't pass on any kind of impurities which can be, negatively impact the human health. So that's one bigger thing that we did in the last few years. Then we all push for the EPRs, which is extended producer responsibility. We all believe that, the plastic that has been generated by many of the companies, that's part of our responsibility to collect and recycle. But again, I think as what Hamad said, we also need a kind of a handhold by the government also, where infrastructure can be produced. Because we cannot create infrastructure in each and every place, because all these companies or all these packaging is not only the only waste that you can see outside. It's only a very smaller waste. Bigger waste is the remaining other kind of materials. It can be construction material, it can be a lot of other materials. So we need to have infrastructure also. So we need some partnerships. We need to have EPR, which is the frameworks that have been adopted by the Western world, but they have not adopted it in isolation, and they have not adopted in one phase. It took us 10 years to where Germany is today or where US is today. So our expectation, if that, in one go, things will change in Pakistan, I think that's not the right expectation, but we should start the journey. We should need to do phase out this thing. And I think Chuck is here. He presented us some very good examples. Yeah. Last year we had the whole convening of the EPAs and the companies together sitting in one place, and we studied the various models. Few were presented by private sector companies, was presented by World Bank and IFC. And now we have shared with one of our partners, one of our member, SDPI, who's working very closely with Ministry of Climate Change. Right. So those are the best practices available around the world, and that's what we are passing on. And that's the capacity of CORE, that we can bring the best practices across the world, because we are everywhere. Right. We are in those countries. So one, we are there to pick and create right policies which can help Pakistan in moving forward on this journey, reducing plastic, so we can be using less, this virgin plastic. Plus, we are also promoting design for recycling packaging materials also. We are promoting that, so that once packaging is collected, it can be recycled also. Right. Because there are certain packaging which you can collect, it can only be burned. It can be, then there's another
like
process.
The aluminum layer.
Yes, but you can't recycle it.
Yeah.
So those so you need to have design for recycled plastics. Then you need to have, reduce these, you can say this virgin plastic usage, and then the right EPR. I think combination of this, but this combination will only possible if all the stakeholders sit together, they all act responsibly, and they all listen to each other. That's the way forward.
Oh, just one quick follow-up. Do you think there's a business case for this? I mean, you know, they say one man's trash is another man's treasure. So in terms of the circular economy, you know, is there an incentive for the private sector to get involved and, you know, work towards this?
Absolutely. There's a, logically you can move towards this direction. The world has done it. For example, the company I represent, we use 100% recycled PET bottles in the world. We can't use it in Pakistan. We are moving towards that journey because law was not there, but we are graduating. Same Pepsi is doing, Coca-Cola is doing. So there are right kind of solutions available in the world which can be done. I can give you outside this plastic area, I can give you example on the sustainability side where Nestle has recently made in the last 2 years 2.5 billion rupees of investment on solar, on biomass. Initially the thought what it looked like a cost to us, but actually when numbers are coming out in the last 2-3 years, it makes sense. Yeah. It's a right business decision to go on this side.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Waqar Sab. The next question is for Dr. Khalid. So Dr. Khalid, as Waqar Sab also mentioned, SDPI has been working on a feasibility study on the plastic recycling and circular economy opportunity in Pakistan. So can you share some early findings with us?
Yeah, thank you so much for this very important topic. Yeah, SDPI is working on circular economy big time. We are part of MOCC's National Climate Circular Economy Policy as well, where the plastic waste and e-waste and agriculture is part of it. Again, as from the SDPI's platform, what we advocate is circular economy, not just in the form of plastic reduction or waste reduction. It is just a whole ecosystem, how we can opt it for a lifestyle, for the production facilities. Just give you a theoretical concept. Circular economy principles, they're right in the Marxian philosophy, they are right in the capitalistic philosophy as well. Just to give you an example that in capitalism, you want to reduce your inputs, you want to reduce your cost, and circular economy is one way of it. And in Marxian philosophy, you want to reduce the consumption, circular economy is always there. So it is again the combination of it. What SDPI is doing is we are developing these frameworks for extended producer responsibility, as rightly mentioned by Waqar Saab. And then, as mentioned by Hamad Saab, that we are developing these carrot and stick approaches, which will sort of incentivize and then put penalties on the waste generation. But again, the carrot is more important, particularly for the case of developing countries like Pakistan. Maha, you rightly said that one man's trash is other man's treasure, but we need to find the trash and the treasure debate, that who would bring value to that trash. So we need to develop that as well. SDPI is also working on an EU-funded project that is for the used cloth facility, and we are taking the circular economy of that as well. We are also part of Ministry of Commerce Committee on Circular Economy and Waste. That is very important, particularly in context of CBAM coming. Because CBAM would affect our textile industry, and if there is a circular economy principles, that would make our textile more export competitiveness. That's there as well. SDPI has developed a network on circular economy as well, which is a biggest, one of its kind network in Pakistan, which collate all these stakeholders from private sector, from public sector, and academia and research institutes. Secondly, on circular economy was part of this COP29 as well. SDPI organized this panel on that circular economy as well. Again, if you want to see it in a bigger context like an ecosystem, you'll have to see it in a from a zoom out view. That is that circular economy, it is there in all the sectors. If you say it, the energy sector, there is a coal repurposing going on in the world, that you repurpose your coal power plants into renewable energy power plants. Circular economy is there as well. Secondly, we need to take into account the solar waste that is going to be generated after 20 to 15 years down the line. So we need to make the circular economy practices for those initiatives as well. What SDPI is doing this pragmatic, innovative sort of thing where carrot and stick approaches are there for the investors as well as for the consumers as well, because we believe in not just in the extended producer responsibility, but there should be extended consumer responsibility as well. Just to give you an example, what we can do for plastic waste reduction or circular economy principles, I always say that get yourself a fountain pen. This way you will reduce your plastic waste, and that's how it starts from yourself, a consumer. So extended consumer responsibility framework plus the extended producer framework, that should be the need of the hour. Lastly, it should be inclusive in a sense that Pakistan has this circular economy frameworks from decades, like we have scavengers, we are वो कबाड़ी वाला भी आता था हमारे गलियों में, अभी भी आते हैं. So we need to make it formal, not the informal one. जैसे जैसे वो formal होता जाएगा, it would be a national thing as well. Lastly, make it as a business case. Bankability, like Minister of Finance said, bankability कैसे आ सकती है? Maybe we can delve into more details of circular credits as well. Maybe the colleague from Vera can highlight that. Now the circular economy principles and projects, they are also subject to carbon credits as well. So maybe we need to build this economic engine in front of circular economic practices. So this is what SDPI is doing. SDPI is bringing stakeholders together, learning from the international best practices, and then implement them into the right context of Pakistan. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Khalid. And I think this is a good segue into the next question for our panelist who's online. So we all know Vera as kind of the world's famous carbon credit agency. But Komal, I was learning about plastic credits for the first time. So just a very basic question. What are plastic credits and how do they work? Sorry, we can't hear you.
You able to hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, Maha OICCI, for giving us this opportunity to talk about this novel finance mechanism that is plastic credits. And also, it was very interesting to hear about the perspectives of other panelists. Now, I think we all could acknowledge that plastic is a huge challenge. More than 400 million tons of plastic leak into the environment each year. And also, I think what we could gather is that we do need a suite of solutions and policy approaches to address plastic pollution, and plastic credits are one of them. First of all, what is really plastic credits? It is essentially a result-based finance mechanism. It's an instrument that is generated for plastic waste collection and recycling activities that are certified with Vera's plastic program, following its robust requirements around additionality, third-party audits, environmental and social safeguards, etc. Everybody knows about Vera's carbon credits and VCS program. Vera launched the plastic program in 2021 in response to a well-documented need for finance to address plastic waste management challenges across the world. The plastic program, so there are two types of credits that can be issued in the plastic program, and we just heard about, circular credits. So there are two types of credits based on the end outcomes of plastic waste. So collection credits as well as recycling credits, depending upon where the plastic waste is eventually ending up. Incentivizing collection as well as recycling, knowing that less than 9% of plastic is recycled globally. Now, Vera's plastic program has two technical methodologies for collection and recycling activities. And the plastic program essentially lays out the rules and requirements that project activities must adhere to in order to register themselves and issue plastic credits. By definition, one plastic credit is equivalent to 1 additional ton of plastic waste that is collected from nature or recycled. And plastic credits can finance a range of plastic waste management activities that address existing plastic pollution. We call it legacy plastic pollution, which is a huge challenge across the developing world, and also prevent further leakage of plastic into the environment through collection and recycling activities. Some examples of activities that can be financed through plastic credits include, ocean recovery of plastics, waste picker collection, knowing that waste pickers do form the backbone of collection economy across the global South. mechanical and chemical recycling activities, as well as infrastructure development through the municipal as well as private sector, knowing that infrastructure gap is again a major impediment to collection and recycling of plastic waste. I also want to highlight that best practice that Vera suggests in terms of using plastic credits is to combine it with upstream plastic reduction actions such as reduction, redesign, lightweighting actions, etc., to make sure that we are addressing the plastic problem across the entire life cycle of plastics. And of course, I have a lot of views on how plastic credits can also support national policies and extended producer responsibility scheme if time permits. I'd be happy to share that, but over to you, Maha.
So maybe if everyone could just comment on this briefly, how do we formalize this largely informal sector? I mean, we've all talked about the need to transition towards a circular economy, but the only way the private sector would, want to get involved, or the government could potentially drive this this policy forward, is by essentially tapping into the largely informal sector. We've talked about waste pickers and some of the environmental and health and safety considerations that are associated with, the litter value chain, if I put it that way. So yeah, sure, Waqar, over to you. And maybe, Charles, if you could comment on some ways other countries have done it and how we could, take that model forward.
So, like any other company, we have a neutrality journey to end up by 2030, all the plastic that goes out, we have to collect and recycle. So we're doing surveys of, how we can do it. So we already placed certain projects which are collecting and recycling, but, going into the waste value chain, looking into it, there are a lot of challenges are already there. So one challenge that we saw that, if there's 100 rupees of a cost of collecting something, 60% of the cost comes from the social compliances. So because that value chain is not properly paid, health compliances are not there, all kind of safety hazards are there, all kinds of things that you think of, that challenge is there. So that's one part. So that can only be done when the new investment come in that specific area. So I think with Yunus sitting here, we should take benefit of his presence. And we need to ask the federal government now and the budget is not very far. It's just 5 to 6 months away. Yeah. So I think this budget should offer some incentives to the recyclers also. So if someone is some kind of subsidy, for example, for a very long time, our solar industry was subsidized in terms of if you want to put a solar at your home or in a manufacturing unit, you get a subsidized loan. Right. So why doesn't the government offer some subsidized loan to the recyclers? So this is not now plastic manufacturer, it's not FMCG, it's not some non-profit, it's a recycler who are doing a good job, but there's a cost to it. Yeah. So by subsidizing it, some parts of it, I think they can push this thing and actually they can shoulder the burden of the government of collecting and recycling this waste, which is absolutely, again, this is like any other business. Waste is like any other business that we have today. And somehow we need to find the right financial mechanism so that new entrants come into it and those who are present, they can expand. That's my submission to it.
Thank you. Zulfikar Saab, would you like to comment?
Ji, thank you very much. So basically what Waqar just said, our national circular economy policy is actually aiming some of these, incentives, and let's hope that it gets through. But as you already know, there are so many, slips between cup and a lip. So we have to, keep our fingers crossed. We are proposing that in our circular economy. But I think what representative from Vera said, what we were earlier talking, that if we make this waste a resource or an asset, I think that is how we will be able to effectively convince our users, consumers, producers to use plastic, as a resource. And the plastic credits that she just mentioned, I think they offer a good future where we can, despite, enforcement measures, despite regulations we have, because a lot of people are linked with this business. So it becomes very difficult to dislodge them from their businesses. So it's better that we come up with the solution which is a win-win for both sides. So I think the plastic credits offer that. So maybe with OICCI, Abdul Aleem Saab is here and other, trade forums and chambers, trade chambers, we can promote this message to all the national chambers that this is the way forward to control the plastic. Like at COP29 already, we have this SASEP, South Asian Cooperative Environment Program. And their focus also is how to control plastics, plastic waste. So we held a very useful session, orientation session for the Southeast Asian countries. So similar kind of initiatives are required to, I think, effectively control the plastic waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Ji Hamad sir, please.
2 points. One, I agree that better collaboration between the private sector and the government sector and promoting and supporting the recyclers. And I think incentives and that's required. We need to, if we really want to formalize this sector, we need to understand that there are children involved there. So we need to, then ensure that the recyclables are responsible and, through a collaborative approach where these waste pickers or, raddiwalas and scavengers and kabadiyas, they are properly trained and they are governed by the labor rules, because some of this plastic waste is hazardous, particularly coming out of healthcare facilities, highly infectious. They just want to pick, yaar syringe mil gayi, tube mil gayi, IV bag mil gaya with blood and all kinds of. So that's very important, proper, and then incentives. They are doing it for their livelihoods. If they pick PET bottles and they don't pick discarded phenyl bottle or plastic bags because there is no value. So we need to understand, we need to put our feet in their shoes. That's number one. My second point is, the thing is that policies. My apologies to my fellow, panelists. There's a sentence that we use that Islamabad is a graveyard of policies. If we are having, the National Plan of Action for Plastics, which is supported by the World Economic Forum, it's a very successful model. If you want to have extended, by the way, it's a provincial subject. You need to understand that the Provincial Environmental Act and the provincial rules and regulations will govern that. The federal government, the MOCC, for the rules can only be applicable in ICT, but they can set up the policy documents. But I don't see that we need a national circular economy policy. If we have the National Plan of Action and if we can have the relevant rules which govern the extended producer responsibility, I think that should be enough. Because it's time to act was yesterday, but it's never too late. Let's pick few things and then start implementing instead of again coming up with 3 or 4 new sets of policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamad Sahab. And Charles, could you just share maybe okay.
That was a good point.
Just a couple of examples of how other countries have successfully, done this, formalizing the informal sector.
Yeah, I mean, there's no silver bullet, and when we've spoken to investors here around, for example, multi-layer plastic or chemical recycling, the biggest issue was, collection of feedstock and the informal nature of the collection. But I guess what we've done in other countries, because we have invested in this space, so the firms we work with, of course, abide by our IFC performance standards, right? So we, they also have to operate under a set of rules, avoiding child labor, avoiding, the informality. So I think what's happened is the firms that are leading in this space are formalizing their own supply chains. So this is what maybe in terms of policy, maybe this is not a policy. Maybe, as you said, everything's about policy. No, it's not always about policy. It's about practice. And I think firms can introduce practices that then are emulated by other firms. And the firms with the good practices will work with the good suppliers, etc. And that may involve perhaps slightly different pricing, maybe. But if the quality of the feedstock is good, the pricing may be slightly higher. That may be worth it, right? It all comes down to business decisions. So, you know, we know how informal Pakistan's economy is in all sectors, right? And you know, we can't avoid that. But I think if we have a few good examples, and I've heard some today during coffee break, where businesses are working with more formal players to get their feedstock, and I think that will multiply. And I think Core Alliance can play a huge role in this as leaders in the collection space.
Great.
So,
Great.
and that would go for e-waste as well and other areas that you know, again, the better players will find the better source of feedstock. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our panel. I'd request all the panelists to just gather for a group photo, and then Adil, over to you. We're done. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can request you to stay for a second, we have mementos for you. And if I can request Mr. Abdul Aleem, CE and Secretary General, OICCI. Aleem Sahib, if you can join us on stage for a memento. Do we have the mementos? Aleem Sahib, if you can give them to our panelists and our moderator. Is Davar here from our previous panel? Davar is here. सिर्फ मैंने पूछा है, दावर बुलाया नहीं आपको. No, I'm just kidding with you. Yes, of course you do. And do we have any of the previous participants, panelists? Sana is here. Sana, are you here? Can you join us here? We would like to give you a memento. We couldn't because of time shortage last time. Mr. Suhail is also here. If there's any other panelists from the previous panel, we would like you to be here. Just give us 1 minute.
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Rusmir Music, and I'm the Global Cooling Lead for IFC, based in Washington, D.C. I'm sorry I could not be there in person with you. I had the pleasure of visiting Pakistan twice and hope to return soon. IFC's findings on the topic of sustainable cooling were shared in our report, Cooler Finance. The report is a joint effort between IFC and UNEP, developed in the framework of the Cool Coalition and supported. IFC's report builds an existing body of knowledge, including the Cooling Watch report published by UNEP. The objective was to focus intently on the finances challenge for cooling. The report was structured to first talk about market sizing, then look into challenges and response strategies, and finally to provide financial solutions and innovation. Cooling urges. When I was in Pakistan last May, temperatures were hitting 45 degrees Celsius. You can climb up to 50 Celsius and more. Extreme heat is causing societal problems. It is eroding productivity gains and is causing large utility bills. Through our green building program in Pakistan, we discovered that cooling can represent up to 50% of energy bills for a commercial building. My prediction for 2025 is something that has the back of minds to a matter of literal life and death. Businesses and government simply will not be able to function if they do not address cooling without completely breaking their budget. On the other hand, rising heat is making sustainable cooling into an investment opportunity. The cooling market in developing economies is expected to more than double to at least $600 billion per year by 2050. What is driving this growth? It comes down to rising populations, increasing incomes, and more people living in cities, all on top of increasing temperatures worldwide. This means a huge business opportunity for companies that can provide efficient and sustainable cooling solutions. As you can see in the chart on the left, Africa is set to experience the fastest growth, with its cooling market growing 7 times, while South Asia's market is projected to quadruple. And on the right, you can see that space cooling will play a key role in this market expansion. One of the main messages of the report is that private finance is essential for the cooling transition, but finance is not enough. Cuts across many sectors. This requires the right enabling environment for action. We treat cooling as an ecosystem where action across multiple of supply and demand at the same time. When it comes to finance for cooling, no size fits all. We respond to financial needs of providers and consumers, and these are influenced by the characteristics of such agents. There's a need to support a specific business model, establishing the conditions of transactions between the providers and the consumers. And we need to take into account the local context, including the capacities of the financial sector and the risk appetite of financiers and investors. Based on all of these challenges, IFC designed a global sustainable cooling initiative, which aims to support clients in their journey to cooling. The initiative is working through a 5x5 strategy. We are addressing 5 cooling intensive sectors, including cold chain, logistics, district cooling, and others. And we do this through 5 engagement pillars, which are designed to scale up IFC's investments in this space and to catalyze the whole market. As part of our market creation strategy, we can support clients through a menu of interventions. Strategic mapping, through technical assistance, from piloting new technologies through structuring finance, and finally helping clients report on their accomplishments. Many cases in this space, through piloting technology with clients, some by mainstreaming into a larger facility. These examples include a $25 million equity investment for a district cooling platform with Tabreed. Piloting cooling as a service with the Indian Hotels company, best known for their Taj hotels. In retail, we executed a $400 million facility with Schwartz Group for their line of Lidl grocery stores across Eastern Europe. In food production, we piloted new cooling technology with Nof that reduces produce storage. The technology continues to require ever more centers. A $150 million loan with Indonesia's Yonder Group for green data centers. In cold chains, we piloted phase change materials, a new innovative cooling technology. Philippines saw a $250 million sustainable linked loan to Ayala Group for construction of green offices. And Mexico saw a record-breaking $545 million credit facility to support green nearshoring, including by addressing cooling inside the factories and warehouses. Thank you again for allowing me to meet you. I look forward to our collaboration, including seeing your study from Pakistan show up on our roster. Have a great day and stay cool.
Then we'll break for this evening. You have a good evening. It has been a pleasure. This is day one until we meet again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. God bless you and God bless Pakistan.